Yeah, now they can hear us probably.
Now they can hear us probably?
Excellent.
Hi.
Jeez.
It's the top 8 of Collinsville, and we're here to annoy you for all of top 8.
More than likely. This sounds pretty good.
Poor Jeremy had to do most of this on his own yesterday, so instead it's me, Calton, Andrew Vatland.
Hello.
So, we're waiting just for the beginning stuff out of these. Now, we can just continue our discussion that we were a moment ago having.
Yes.
About this matchup is we have the one lonely
Arla. Out of the 16 that came to the event, only one.
When you look at the deck list, my handwriting's really bad. So if you
and we have Galvez.
One of the only Loki players in the event.
Yeah, how many Loki's players?
I think there was 2.
There was like 2?
Two Lokis. So, like, we were discussing, this isn't a traditional Loki list. It's playing 0 Return of Gods. It's basically all graveyard-based. So it's looking like turn 1 harvesting to mill 10 cards, and then having the Loki in hand just to clear boards right away to where it can set up to judge into another Loki and just cast Neo-Rag and win. But it also runs the Alter combo to where it can just, like, search its deck and just put a ton of cards in the graveyard. It's still perfect Loki. But it's
running the Sephiroths, the Sigurds and all of that, so it's it can loop discard.
It also runs 4 True Powers, which is kind of over the top.
That is a lot of True Powers.
That's a lot.
But, it also is running, I believe, the only 2 copies in the top 8, unless someone else was doing something sneaky of Griffin racing across darkness.
Oh, yeah, and 3 Sigs.
And 3 Sigurds.
It really doesn't want to get its Sigs removed, all of them, which a lot of people usually do 2. He's doing 3.
It's quite a list.
Yeah.
It's probably the most spicy list out of all of them to sneak into top 8, that's for sure.
Most definitely.
The stone base is a little bit wild. He's running a base 9 black stones.
The only thing I'm really scared of, he has 1 Gushing Sky, so that's like the scary part. Like,
he has 1 Gusting Skies. He has 1
Scorched
Bales with no red card in his deck, by the way.
And then 4 Black Silence and 4 Dark Depths. So
that all checks out and makes sense.
Yeah, but the Gushing Sky and Scorched Bale are kind of weird. Scorched Bale makes sense because it's a black-red stone. Like, you'd rather just play a black-red stone than a basic red stone.
I think, like, when we were discussing this yesterday, it was more likely than anything else that this might just be a bait to try to make your opponent think that there's something red in your deck, which doesn't work very well when there's open deck lists.
That's true. And like with the Arla deck, I played him round 5. It's the same list that Brandon. I played round 1 on stream. Basically 4 Earthly Phlash, 4 Erendite, 4 Pierre, 4 Morning Angel. It basically play a ton of 1-drops. It does not heavily rely on Magna, so it's all about turbo removing your strangers, and then to where you push enough damage to where you judge and just like win that way.
Yeah, it's leaning a little bit heavier into blue.
Yeah.
Interestingly,
I think it's like 4 Light Vapors.
4 copies of Light Vapors, which is quite a few.
Mm-hmm. It's a lot, yeah.
Especially like, let's see, how many blue cards does he even have in the main? He's got the 4 Erendites. He's got 3 Excaliburs, which is an interesting tech.
Yeah. So I think they did that so they could try to survive the Loki judgment, the Loki play. So they wouldn't just like they only need a 10, so you need like more than 14.
Okay, and he boards a copy of Awakening of the Sacred.
Yeah, that's another interesting way to make your board survive. Just pump them all for 4 if they go Loki and stuff.
Yeah. So they're currently reading the deck lists just kind of like we are.
Yeah.
So. Ian's deck is much more in the vein of a solid normal Arla. Galvez's list is much more of a spicy
Loki control with Alter combo.
Biggest thing that might be relevant here in Game 1 is the fact that Ian Bremont is playing 4 main board Morning Angels.
Yeah, 4 main board Morning Angels, which is going to be really good against this deck. And then he also mains 2 Doe Cheats.
2 Doe Cheats.
So if he can do a Doe Cheat and have that for his harvesting season, like early on, he should be straightforward.
His deck is very straightforward. You've got 8 4-ofs.
Yeah, it's a 4-of. Everything's a 4-of. It's a pretty straightforward deck. Like turn 1, he's usually going to play a Cell, or he wants to play a Cell to remove a card. apply damage, and then hopefully after that he can play a Pierre or another XL or a Wing Lord and just kind of go from there.
Yeah.
Not a Wing Lord, sorry, the Wings.
Wings of the Archangel.
Yeah, and then into a Wing Lord to get another Archangel.
Yeah. Those are those like top high big brain things.
That's true. So, real question is, Mr. Mike, how drunk are you this morning?
Is there ever a point where he's not?
No.
Your first stand?
I mean, there was no Oro OTK yesterday, so I don't think he drank a lot.
Oh no, there was.
There was? Someone
he had to do it on stream.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Wasn't doing it for on stream, just in general. If everyone did it.
So they're starting. So it looked like Ian took the coin.
I believe that Galvez is the high seed, so
He
actually
is.
he decided to take the play.
Yeah.
Possibly looking to
Get Look of
have
Corruption turn one?
access to either Look of Corruption or just turn one Harvest if your opponent has a
Makes sense.
All right.
I think. Well, obviously, I think taking the coin is the main thing of the entire meta so far. Just having that free coin, but it doesn't really help Loki do anything. And there's a Look of Corruption turn one.
Sure.
Yep. All right. Erendite, Wing Lord, Erendite, Crystallization, and a Pier.
Here, you'd probably grab one of the Erendites to stop, so he has perfect Loki mana. So it doesn't stop his Loki. He really took Wing Lord.
So yeah, I think the line there is that like he's got two Erendites. It's kind of pointless to try to take one because you're not accomplishing much of anything. You do want to take that Winged Lord because your opponent doesn't have the key
For his-
energize the wings. So take away his ability to get the wings off of that. That's why I'm a bad player. You top aided, bitch. Shut up. Meanwhile, we have Essel exiling an Ishtar and a pass. So that's just a casual 4/4 on one. Easy. What more could you ask for?
So we might see the harvesting
I think
season.
harvesting
Yeah,
season
turn one.
here.
Harvesting season's pretty good.
You know for sure now that there's no don't cheat. There's nothing to, because he played the card that he drew for turn.
Yes.
Which is an interesting. There is a world where I would have maybe said
No
cast
secret.
the
No
Pier,
secret.
Yeah.
but
the Pier would.
pilot this next time.
Yeah. So normally when they play the Pier, they want to have at least 2 or more strangers to where they can refuel it to stop the alter combo decks.
Yeah.
So he did cast March from hand to get Dark Alice. It looks like he hit multiple Look of Corruptions, and I couldn't see what else he hit too. It looked like Looks, another March. I didn't see any Sigs though.
Yeah, that was maybe a part of True Power or something, but yeah, it didn't look like tons of.
He did get one of the Dark Alices, which is pretty good though.
Yeah.
Pedro?
This card's a Bastet.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's playing 2 Bastet in this deck. That also surprised me.
He's playing one Bastet.
Rhea.
He's playing one Bastet and one Dance. Those are his one-ofs.
Dance of Shadows in this deck. Wild, man.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think
That
it
was
looked
for,
like his
white,
harvesting
red,
was pretty
green,
lackluster.
awakening. Yep.
Gets Awakening the Winged Lord off the top.
Hit wings there.
He does get that. I mean, the wings, which
he
is
gets
good.
the
Risk with bottom
Yeah,
random order.
so-
Do you care?
That's good. That
Uh,
it's also going to be solid value at this point because he gets wings and he just goes. I would
Okay,
like
wings is gonna enter.
draw a
And
card
remove
again.
2 strangers. Draw a card for fire.
So he does have the will to play Earthly Flash, but he does cast Loki from hand,
Yeah.
which is also good with an extra Erudite too.
And the one flare soul draw.
The only problem with the Arla deck, he's not maining spot removal cards to deal with Dark Alice. So he's
True.
just trying to get a cell big enough, like next time he does play it, just to kill it. That's his only way to get rid of Dark Alice right now.
Oh, thank you to Brian Saari
Dark Alice.
for giving Jeremy money.
Yes.
Lovely.
High five to you, sir.
He was here playing Melgus yesterday.
Oh,
was? There you go.
He was.
Alright.
Good people, Brian.
Yeah.
And then I'll pass to you.
All right, so I look like an Essel getting in.
Getting in for 4 and then basically probably just shooting the Dark Alice for 3.
Yeah, more than likely. I know how to do this.
That's why you're doing it.
All right.
All right, so let me see what he got in there. He has 2 Astema, March, True Power,
There's like a couple
Athena.
Rheas in there.
Yeah, there's a Rhea and a Basset. So no Sig, sad point for him. Like, if he would have hit the Sid, it would have been good. I know he has an Athena in hand, I think. He's scared to play it because he has the Erendite, which is going to negate it, which is kind of bad.
Yeah, there's the Erendite that'll negate it, and there's also wings that could theoretically be holding up a top deck Earthly Phlash.
Yep.
So, like, yeah. It's... What does he got? He's just going to run out this altar?
The altar seems fine. Like, he can't really do anything. Just put it on board, leaves you one. I don't know he's tapping both of his blacks, though. Like, he should just tap the white because he's not even using it. Yeah, it feels kind of bad because, all his runes are black.
I can see your
All his runes are black, but,
Like, the white doesn't do anything. Unless he has a Basset in hand.
I think the only other thing I can think
Oh, he
of
doesn't.
is
He only has one Basset. It's in graveyard. Is another Dark Palace?
Maybe only on one cast?
Yeah, one Basset, one Morning, and one Dance. But he has 2 Dark Owls. He might have another Dark Owls in hand, which is why he left the white open.
Yeah, that's possible.
Oh, close one.
So far, Ian has a double Light Vapor and 1 Gushing Sky.
Yeah.
Here's a Pier.
And there's the Pier, yep. So that Pier will get pretty big pretty fast.
Yeah, he can take out this altar.
The altar instantly.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
It's fine. He has 3 more strangers, so he can just refuel it too. So.
No, he has the mana to Erendite.
Yeah. He has the mana to Erendite and cancel because he has the wings.
That's to do. Good job. Yep.
Looked like another...
Nope, he did just draw Loki's Insight off the Loki deck, which is pretty good, but does he have a blue stone? No, he does not. That's why I think taking the Energize would have been good, because you only have 4 of those, and you can still just whiff on it if you really rely on like some form of discard like Loki's Insight.
Activate. So how much you pay? 400? 400. So for
Yep, so 400.
Okay, so he's going to tutor up another black.
What's he going to get here, though? I'm trying to think of black. Like a Makage Rhea would be the grab.
Rhea
just to
could
grab
be
the
a
Sig.
grab.
Like a Rhea.
There's a way to discard a Sigurd from his hand. You could do the... Well, no, you just grab Rhea.
It would just be Rhea because you put the Sig in the grave. There's no point in grabbing Perfect Loki because he has 2 in hand.
Greenmon is smart. He's just leaving up 1 blue every turn and slowly aggressing because he just knows that his opponent really can't play.
Yeah. So
he's now scared his opponent into the fact that it's like there's not much to do.
Yeah.
So he's gonna get a Fallen Angel
to deal with the Pier. I think the Makage Rhea plan would have been better, on my honest opinion, because you can still just grab Fallen Angel and put it in the graveyard.
Well, you never do. He Erendites it 100%.
Oh.
So he's going to run out this Fallen Angel and pass, and then...
So he does play 3 Fallen Angels, so he has more grabs.
So he's going to probably just, like, bring this Fallen Angel, put another one in his hand, and then use a Fallen Angel to kill either himself or Pier, hopefully Pier.
Yeah, I would kill Pier 100% of the time. Like when I played Brunhild Kage, that was the only card I countered was the Pier, because it was horrible to deal with. Yes, Lars. Technically, Ryan scooped a Derek, so Derek's in top 4.
Yeah. Derek got scooped into top 4 by Ryan, and Ken Tover got scooped into top 4 by...
Andrew.
Yeah, exactly. So...
Because I cannot go to Worlds because I have a baby this year, so I have to be a reasonable adult.
Bring your children.
I would love to, but it'd be like a fresh newborn.
Okay, so it looks like we've got 2 attacks coming in.
Yep. So...
You go to recover?
There was no attacks. No, there was no attacks yet.
There wasn't?
No, so it's starting Ian's turn. He rested his Pier to gain counters.
Good. Alright, I'm gonna expel 2 into
I'm a smart boy.
Sure. Alright.
I looked away for a second and saw it turn
And then
sideways.
he played another Wings of the Archangel to get 2 more strangers.
Okay.
Turboing out those strangers to try to whenever he gets the judge to go off.
Okay, and then Mythic
And then
Trigger.
Ian's stranger deck is kind of interesting because it plays Jabberwocky, it plays Thor,
Yeah.
and it plays a lot of inter effects. So it's a very responsive stranger deck that can just like clear the board, discard the hand. And then the thing with Ian's deck, he plays 18 1-drops, which feel really good in the meta if your opponent has a ton of 1-drops, which 1-drops will play a lot in every deck. So if your Thor like hits for a 1, you just clear their entire board, which is pretty solid.
Looks like he judgmented.
Yep, judging, yep, seems about right. With 2 opens, he technically has 4, he can judge. So now the Rohi player has to think,
And cuts in.
do you force the Perfect Loki to Erendite so they can't judge?
And then, okay, he's got 6 removed from strangers now. I'm trying to see if he's got like a...
Cast and spell.
So he's going very wide, which is kind of interesting.
Well, he's going to go wide to try to bait out the perfect
Loki
before he got it.
So he doesn't have enough. He doesn't have enough stones now. So he only has 3 will. It's 4 to God Art with Arla.
He's
but he has the
trying
one
to set it up for the next turn. He leaves up a blue to Erendite things.
Yep.
He has a big, strong board. He has a very chunky cell.
He's very big, but I know that the Loki deck, the problem right now is that he has... Oh, he floated 2 will. Never mind. He floated 2 will from his first wings, so that's why he has enough to do all this.
Yeah.
Top here. He's going to go up to 10 counters. Okay.
Tap here to gain, just a chill 10 counters.
Yeah.
Okay.
So now he has all these guys in play, which is pretty ridiculous.
Oh, he did got it?
He did. He floated. He had the floaty 2 will.
200 triggers, so I'm going to do the 4 first. You're going to reveal the top card deck, and then it's going to destroy resistance.
Okay. Yep. So he's trying to go.
The Eternal Guy?
Jabberwocky clears his board, which is pretty annoying. He does have the Eternal Guy, yes. So that's one way that the Arla deck relies to not die when we God's Art.
Ishtar, which is going to trigger, get a center back, there's no trigger.
Yeah, because that.
And then I will swing 4.
Yeah. So what he does here next turn, so it's really, the Loki deck is struggling really bad, because it really should have took the Actaoen, because it could have judged next turn with the Loki on top of it and cleared his board. That's what he should have done. But he didn't take the coin.
So now he's
so
very down
26
very
now?
large board.
Which I mean,
yeah.
I mean, it makes sense, I guess. If you pass, let them get the coin. Go into game 2, you get the coin. If you win, it goes to game 3. Your opponent decides. Really, they'll probably just take the coin 100% of the time.
Yeah, like the only play I see here is Callstone, and specifically a Dark Depths. He casts Perfect Loki. He powers it and banishes it to altar to try to like double up on he puts it altar. No, it doesn't work because the altar.
Yeah, the altar would be blown out by Pierre. So he really just needed a blue stone. If he would have had a blue stone, he could have just judged. He could have just judged.
So it's wonky because he'd have to do it on his turn. He'd have to main phase Perfect Loki, and then but
it would have put
the altar would get destroyed in response to the power of immortality.
It would have, yes.
Unless you power of immortality before.
Yep. So theme scooped. It's logical.
Yeah.
You don't hit the blue stone forever. I just thought it was weird that he didn't take the energized coin, which would have helped him in situations.
Situations like this,
like this one.
But the thing is that I think he wanted to go turn 1 look and say, I have, not that many blue cards in my deck, so I don't need to do this. But then he just whiffed on what he needed, and that's how it goes.
So
there was a very roundabout way he could have done it if he had theoretically an alternate deck of immortality in his extra deck.
He power? No, nope. It's 3 don't cheats, 3 moans, 3 Lulus.
In his
here he does. He has 1, yes.
Yeah, so you could have been like play Perfect Loki, Power of Immortality, and then cast Sacrificial Altar.
Then it would have been fine. Yeah, then you could have just.
This is all presuming he had a Sacrificial Altar in his hand, which I don't think
he did. No, he milled like I think 2 to 3 of them off the top.
I did find that Sacrificial Altar just be blindly thrown into it on turn.
It wasn't very good.
Kind of surprising.
Yeah.
Especially because he knew there was a Pier in hand.
Yeah, he could have just should have just maybe searched that turn and passed with 2 will open with Mikage Ray and just force the Erendite out, but it still gives you a body to where you can just like have it for altar plays. You can just sack it to altar to get counters.
Yeah.
So sideboard options now. The Loki deck, I think he's gonna put in 2. He's gonna put in some 2 moans, and then maybe a Loki's Insight to deal with the negation, which makes sense. And that's about all he has, really.
Really. Because we've got, let's see, what comes in here? Another Don't Cheat probably comes in.
Yeah, most definitely.
He's also got 3 Seal of Meneth. I don't think that.
It doesn't really do anything. No, it's too slow.
I'm just looking through. I mean, this is a deck that is main boarded to deal with graveyard decks like this.
Yeah, their deck is very to deal with graveyard stuff.
Let's see what else. He's got 3 Optical Camos, a Crystallization, 2 Song of the Fairies. That's a wild card in your sideboard.
Which one?
Song of the Fairies.
Oh yeah.
3 mana counterspell.
Brandon, when he showed that to me, I was like, this is crazy. He's like, the reason they play it is because they have Sprout. So if they have it in hand, they have Sprout off the Judge, and they can just sack Sprout and discard a card and go Song of the Fairies and cancel.
Okay, Song of the Fairies, something like Odin's Judgment. Okay.
Yep.
1 Awakening of the Sacred Queen, 4 Light of the Sacred Spirits, and 3 Seal of Minds.
So I think he'll probably put the Docheats in. He might put in the Light of the Queen because it can pump his board if he does do a Loki.
Actually, you could put in Light of Sacred Spirit if you have extra space, because it is a card that says pay 1, trigger up appear.
That's true, it does. It lets you search for Pure. I think he might actually put that in too.
There's not a ton of other things that there's not a ton that you have in the Loki deck that you're going to be able to exile outside of like that Griffin.
That makes sense. Yeah, the Griffin, this Loki deck's also pretty straightforward. Just not having the blue
Hopefully I get blue
stones.
this time.
You next level your opponent and you go cast wings, give your Athenia +2/2 of flying.
Oh, jeez.
Light of Sacred Spirit, your Athenia.
Oh, man, that would be a play line.
I've done some wild play lines in my time, so it looks like Galvez is going to take the play again.
Yep.
They seem like they are.
They reset the life.
No.
All right, so he looked at the hand. There's a Don't Cheat. There's Don't Cheat, Magma, Wings, Winglord, Erendite. So he's going to take that. Why not?
He's going to take the wings.
He did hit the blue stone, which is good. Oh, I see why. He does have Loki's Insights in his hand. I think he has 2, which is pretty strong against that hand because there's a lot of instant speed stuff.
Yeah, so he takes the wings of the
300 as well.
to prevent
He's going to blue Winglord, yep.
leaving the heart of the cards, Fremont.
The sad thing is that Winglord hits a lot in that deck, which is kind of crazy.
Excalibur.
Well, he does get Excalibur. It's not exactly.
That's
what
going to
he
move 2.
did.
Well, it removes 2, though. That's mostly what they have it there for, just to remove 2.
It doesn't cast Magnus.
That's true.
That's the thing that I would have wanted wings so that you can
you're
go,
up.
here's a wings, here's a Magnus.
And then deal with it. Yeah.
Like, that way you're setting up you're setting up a board and you're pressing you're starting to build a board state.
On your recovery step? Yep, after you go.
So draw
Loki's
Loki's
Insight.
Insight.
People thought that card wouldn't be very good in this meta. It's still not a bad card, though.
It's still not a bad card.
This was like a good example, like Darla deck. It has so many quick cast cards. It's insane.
You do have you do have 4 options you can pick off of this one. I think you want all 3 of them.
I would tell you this. I would say this copy's. I would get all 4 your inners, but it doesn't. I think Don't Cheat would be one of them because it stops you from harvesting. And then the second one would be Morning Angel.
Taking the Morning Angel, so this way you can harvesting without
Losing SIGs and stuff.
Yeah, you can harvest and also just like fairly freely next turn.
And while
Or actually
leaving 2
completely freely next turn. He's just going to run out this Magnus Angel and be like, here's a big Magnus Angel.
Yep. And then we don't know, because we know that he probably boarded in the Moans, so he has some spot removal against the Magnas.
And I'll disagree.
More than likely, so.
Oh, there is a top deck Moan, so he did get a Moan off that rip.
How many
there's all
blue
his
stones
blue
now?
Yeah, they're all. We found them.
They decided to come out.
It sounds like they're also commentating on
Hey, Miha, how you doing today, bud?
Minha's here.
Yeah.
Harvesting?
Yep, that looks like a harvesting because you just have the free harvesting this turn. Just take advantage
Just
of
take
it.
advantage of Mill and 10. Kind of see what he got if he shows us, I guess. So he got Altar,
Heart of True Power,
Griffin, Athena, Double Griffin,
Yes, Double Griffin.
and then he also got a Mo. I thought there's one in there.
Athenia in there.
Yep. So we got Fallen Angel, Double Griffin, Athena. So he got a decent amount of chunks, but no Sig. He's whiffed twice, not hitting the Sig.
How many 6s is he playing?
He plays 3, so you should at least see 1.
Yeah, you would think, but
Yeah. There's a Fallen Angel. The Fallen Angel is really good against that, and then there is the Moan, which is pretty solid. I would have passed. Just would have passed with that. I wouldn't have tapped out on my turn. Because Moan is instant, and you can just sack your Angel if you really needed to, but...
With the oh yeah, it's just an alternate cost. It doesn't
Good recover?
affect the card.
Yeah. Like, I would have just
Alright,
left the 1 open.
It's a button for
Galia?
wins.
Even then, he could have just freed from Altered and
it's gonna
searched that
repeat
turn
that
and
free?
still
Sure.
just passed. He would have been fine. But I think he's keeping the Fallen Angel open just to be able to search for more angels just to kill Pierre's, which makes logical sense.
Top deck Wings of the Archangel is pretty good.
It is. Oh, he did get, he got Artemis, and
Oh, he's actually just going to flip a Goddard.
he's going straight for the house.
And how many cards in your group right now?
Yeah, I think he's got the Eternal Guy. And
He does. But next turn he'll just, I think he will probably cast.
So she will enter
No,
this then?
he's going to have to judge because he has a will open for Wing Ward and Erendite. So he's going to have to force a Loki player to judge mill 10, so mill 20 to clear the whole board, which puts a weird advantage against the Loki player because he has no mana, which is still fine. Like, you clear their entire board if they judge.
Yeah.
But the only card that won't die is the...
we got Ishtar there too.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
So we'll have enough to clear the whole
So
board. He just won't
enters
be able
will
to kill the internal.
Ishtar
Thing
will
is,
get
though,
moved
the
back.
Loki player plays a, I think it's Love in
and
the
he will
deck,
call
so he
it
has an answer for it.
Oh, extra deck. He has a swing deck.
Yep, he has a theme.
So he will get back will be a Morning Angel.
Wild.
Yep, he
Alright.
does have Neo Rack too. So if he judges,
I like this place. So he got an Ishtar.
The targets will be
Ishtar's the Morning Angel.
card for power.
which is pretty good.
Yeah, and this is all going to also be leaving up the blue for Erendite, so this requires his opponent then to actually tap out to Judgment if he wants to flip Perfect Loki into this board.
Okay.
Because just a hard cast Perfect Loki won't.
And then Guardian will get a Stepson. And
Yes,
I'll
Ian did win game 1.
And he's going to get in for take a swing for 10. And it's going to be blocked by a
Alright, here you
Alright.
Cards in? Go.
Yeah, he's got quite a few.
He does have the Loki in hand, which is really good. So it forces the Loki player to judge and put Loki in play, because we know Ian doesn't have Lokis inside. Oh,
Looks like he's not going to, and the reasoning I think is that his graveyard's now too small.
So he took out 4 cards, he put 1, so it's -3. So he'll have 17. He'll kill everything except for the 20/20. The 20 health, which is the green guy, but he'll kill everything else. Well, no, Apollo's at 18.
And he won't kill the Eternal thing either.
No. But he's still not dead. It's not death range, but it just clears everything, which kills the whole board, which I think that's what he should have done. Because
this is slamming a lot. This is a lot of board space.
yeah, like if he should have just judged. It was the safe play because he has the 1 open for Erendite, and it's just like if you cast Loki from hand, they'll just counter it, and just negate the inner. He can't answer to your judge.
Yeah, this has just been another one where the top deck wings made a lot of difference in this game because top decking wings allowed him to just slam this very turbo hard play, and there's not.
Some players also
and he also has Sprout.
He
so
does.
He has 4 mana available.
Yeah, but even then he has like 2 or 1 card in hand.
Song of the Fairies.
But what song doesn't stop the Judge Loki though?
You're true.
Yeah, Judge Loki is.
The Judge Loki doesn't kill.
It doesn't kill the 20/20, and it doesn't kill the 17 guy or the 10, but it kills everything else, which I think is fine.
It also doesn't kill the Eternal guy either. So
Yeah.
he would have had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So he would have been at 20.
So he would have.
been at 20.
Yeah.
I think it's wrong card. You mean yeah.
He's going to. he's going to remove the He's going to just remove to try to kill the Morning Angel.
Yeah, it's
I don't see he doesn't have an Erendite in hand. Ian does not have the Erendite. He's just baiting the Erendite now.
No, Ian has the Erendite.
He does have the Erendite? Oh,
Yeah.
he did. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
revealed it
Before,
on-
yeah.
off turn 1,
So he has Crystallization and Erendite.
Yep.
Yes, Derek. The play was.
Oh, you picked
Was-
it.
Probably Judgment.
That's
I think Judgment was the play because it would clear his whole board, and then he probably would have just chump blocked like the 20/20.
Yeah.
And then, or he could have just, he would have just have to chump block to 20, let your Loki die, and then mill more cards, judge again next turn maybe based on what he has, but because there's nothing he can do to this board like right now.
Yeah.
Well, this is something I do not know what he has in his hand. He has a Moan, has a Sig,
Sigurd trapped in hand.
and he has a Beset in hand.
Excellent.
But he doesn't have enough will to double Loki, which
we
is
will
kind of
move
weird.
to end step.
Okay.
Pass turn. Respond to your draw.
Yep.
Passes.
Target.
The dead Artemis.
Yes, then.
Maybe he was trying to get him to bait to do barrier.
This is on my end step.
This is on your draw.
On my draw. Okay, so
End step.
he will go to 20.
Correct.
All right. I'll draw.
Yes.
Cover.
Kind of look at the damage. There's 10. There's 20. He can take most of his life this turn, really. So like he has to play the Loki from his hand now.
He's counting up damage himself.
Yeah, you have to block the 20. Like, if you don't block it, you just lose. But he has a crystallization. So he does that, which is pretty good. So the other play line here is he'll negate the inner, and then he'll go to block. He'll crystallization the perfect Loki, and then he'll... Oh, nope, there's a crystal flash.
Earthly Flash the perfect
That even works better.
See, this is why you do it before he draws.
Yeah.
Top deck that Earthly Flash.
He pulled a play that I did in Vegas.
Yeah. Top deck the counterspell. I don't know the exact powers, but I'm pretty sure that's just lethal.
You got it. Back again.
Yep, that's just lethal.
Yes, Derek, he could have Loki'd powered in with the Moan, and it would have probably been the right play, too.
Earthly Flash, good draws, good draws.
You buy
So...
That happened.
It did happen. There
There
was some interesting play lines that happened and folded out. Like I think the Loki started out good, but there were some plays that he did were kind of interesting.
Top decks made a lot of that second game because he did a very good job at ripping the hand apart, and then it fell apart.
It did fall apart, yeah.
His opponent top decked the Wings of the Archangel, and Jeremy's interrupting me.
Hello.
Hi.
How's it going, guys?
It's
I
going.
do want to... Was it a 2-0?
It was a 2-0,
It
yes.
was a 2-0? Okay, cool. So I do want to give our winners, the winners of our 2 drawings from yesterday for the DBV participation Ubers, as well as the blind bag from Games and Geek that's over there. So the winner of the fifth of the Ubers is Phlash05. So
Good job, Phlash.
05, congratulations. You received a set of 5 DBV Ubers. We will be emailing you to talk about how to get those to you. And then the winner of the blind box is Fitty Shades.
Fitty Shades.
Fitty Shades. Congratulations, Fitty Shades. We will be giving you an email as well to get you guys your information so that we can get that sent to you. Just wanted to pass that on again.
Sounds good, man.
So you guys are doing great, and I'll see you guys soon.
Yep. So now we're just waiting for Jalen Rojas and Steven Hulsweisler to finish up their match to decide who's going to top 4.
Yep, that is correct, which is going to be a control Furcia Sigurd Rezard versus discard combo Hanzo.
Yep.
Which means that it's definitely going to get done before time.
Yeah. The Rezard deck, it's
That was sarcasm.
Yeah.
I'm very tired, and I don't know if my sarcasm is coming through today.
yeah, no, you're good. No, the Rezard deck, I'm looking at it, so it's a green, white, black. They cut the blue, and they're not relying on their graveyard at all. They cut all the marches and all that stuff, so it's basically built around Farika.
Yeah.
A 2-drop card that has no text that says, I kill anything, and I win trades like crazy. So you try to get that card in play with Malkagarea and Sig, and you just go to town with that card, and it's a mid-range. It's like a mid-range aggro deck with barrier. Yeah. So it's pretty solid against a lot of the field.
And I believe they have the end game plan of just looping a Death Scythe a bunch.
Oh,
and
yeah.
just being like, here's 1,000,000 damage.
Yep.
And you're like, that's
just
lethal.
you usually just loop that. And their Stranger deck's kind of cool. They run 2 of the Loki Strangers, 2 healing gimmicks, 2 shades. What were the other ones? 2 shades, 2 healing gimmicks, 2 Lokis. I actually have the deck list here.
I suppose we do.
Yeah.
And
It's right here.
Holsheiser's playing the Black Hanzo deck.
So it's 2 healing gimmicks, 2 Black Wizard, 2 Shade, 2 Faust, and 2 Lokis. So their play lines, like, they energize out a Death Scythe turn 1, they mill 2, pick up a guy. They'll get a Faust and a healing gimmick. They'll play healing gimmick, put the counter on it, sack it, get Faust into play. So you have a 14/14 body, like turn 2, which is pretty strong.
Yeah.
And then the funny part is Jalen and Ken Tober are on the same deck list, but Ken sides a perfect Loki, doesn't play at main. Jalen mains a perfect Loki in his list.
Okay.
They're exactly the same, just minus that. And then their one-ups are pretty cool, like they're maining the 1 Morning Angel, the 1 Dark Alice, the 1 Kaguya, the 1 Shiro, and 1 Griffin. I know a lot of people said, why Griffin? Griffin's not good anymore. That card's bad.
It is bad.
So the playline thought is, sure, you Athena me, knock me a stone, I follow up, play Griffin, so I'm back at 3 stones.
Yeah.
So that does work.
Okay. Yeah. There's a lot of intriguing cards.
Yeah,
in
and the
Steven's
Shiro
list.
Oh, Steven's list. Yeah, I seen his
Stevens-
list. Is kind of
Stevens is
very tech.
Black Hanzo shenaniganry,
Yeah,
and
he's like
playing,
doing the 4
he's got
Laylas.
the 1 sealed God of the Runes in the deck, the 5-drop Athenia.
Yep.
He's
Basically,
got-
little knocking stones.
Yeah, which continues to surprise me when people are playing that. I got blown out by one game, admittedly.
Yeah,
His sideboard includes things like an Arthur the Dead Lord of Vengeance,
that card seems good on paper. I just don't know how good it is in like play. Like,
right?
what is it? It doesn't really kill anything, sure, but it nags a lot of damage.
Yeah, like, I'm not even sure. Put it in play against a
Like a-
Melgus, and he
Melgus is
doesn't
pretty
get an
good.
X1, I
Yeah.
guess.
Well, it also stops the 12-1 demon sword, but like.
Oh yeah, that does do that too.
I guess Arla, I think it
that's-
might mean something because it makes all their 4/4s become 2/2s, and they're just easier to kill.
Maybe it seems like a lot of effort for.
It's also
Something
because
else you
Steven
can
loves
do.
Fox, and that card was played in Fox back in the day.
That's also true. Because he's also playing one copy of Section 9, which I'm still unsure why.
Cyber Ninja says wants to stream this side event, Wander after top 8. We would have to talk about Jeremy, though, if he wants to do it. I'm sure he probably would.
I'm not sure, but that's not my call. So also might be done by the time top 8 is done.
Lars didn't
No
hear
idea.
the winner of the Ubers.
It was
what-
Flash 05.
Flash 05, and then the box
The blind,
was
the blind
50
bag
Shades.
went to 50 Shades. Yep.
Yeah, Flash 05 won, and then 50 Shades got the blind bag.
Yeah. There's also, what was the other thing? Oh, 2 Game of Dreams in the sideboard also for Hulshizer.
I actually thought about that card. I'm like, how meta defining is that card right now if your opponent Arla Gods Archu, and you're just like,
The answer is not as much as you thought because there's the Eternal guy.
yeah.
That's the problem, is that like you've paid 5 to reanimate some of their stuff, and also there's plenty of ways you can shenaniganry around it by like shooting your own things. You have stuff
Yeah.
usually with flying, so you're just like remove 4 counters from my pier to shoot this stranger, and now it'll come back.
Yeah.
And I'll never be without a stranger technically.
Makes sense. I think it's not very good. I 100% think it loses like the Kaguya because they just counter it, and then you pay 4 basically. You rest your Death Scythe to produce 2, and you pay 2. You're basically paying 4 to get countered. And then if you're playing against the Arla deck, like they're gonna God's Art at the end of your turn, so it's just like it doesn't feel very good.
I just kind of constantly forget that that's an instant speed ability.
Yeah.
Admittedly.
Like the only real answer to that, in my opinion, is Perfect Loki, and like
Yeah.
Perfect Loki, and then maybe that's it. Actually, nothing else.
Yeah.
Maybe if Bruno's Judgment was quick cast, but we can dream, right?
Right.
Oh, if it's Adam, we can do it.
That's also true.
Well, we're not Adam.
All right. I think we push this to a break.
Yeah, we'll take a break for a little bit, guys.
We catch some breath. I'm going to go drink some water.
I gotta use the restroom.
Well, there we go.
Yeah.
Problems are all solved.
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to press this button, and I hope that it works.
Dead ass Derek.
I'm trying to try. No bully.
Alter action.
Some good old team bowling here.
Yeah. Just the way God intended.
Yep. Yours is Hanzo Alter. Yeah.
Yo. How dare you? I'm more than an alter deck.
I'm so sorry.
All right.
I identify as
There
a
we go.
Kaguya deck.
The one of Kaguya. I am a Kaguya.
More than
deck
likely they
fucking
can
best.
hear me. Yes, excellent. I feel like I'm dropping things because I've got Vatland picking up his headset and my microphone.
Oh, I'm here. Don't worry.
He's here. I'm here. How are you doing?
Everybody, who's ready for 2 versions of the alter decks that we predicted were
And
gonna
he shall be down.
Hanzo and
I'm
Bloom.
gonna take
And
20 minutes
meanwhile,
to
it's
do
one of
it.
those things
Oh
where
my God, I was gonna sit there and let it
Just to
happen.
make our
the
Discord more
raw power.
I'm gonna let it happen.
ceiling
Because I can't do anything about it.
Stop Brunhild.
You get Kaguya.
It might.
Kaguya,
It
but
might.
only Kaguya
Well,
matters.
considering that there are 3 Brunhilds on top eight
matter.
and
One Hanzo.
One
and,
Hanzo.
and only one Brunhild
I didn't think I'd get
made
this
it
far, so I
to
didn't
the
look
top
at it.
4.
Yeah.
I
Right
didn't,
now
honestly,
it's
I looked at it
currently...
like right as
well,
like, I
one
was like,
Brunhild made it to the top 4.
But 3 tops, yeah.
Because 2 of them scooped to their opponent.
We did, yes.
'Cause one of them was Vatland, and the
Yeah.
other one was Ryan. Ryan freaking Miles. So
don't need your focus.
So so we're looking at this. We know that Steven's list is
pull up
basically
Derek's.
Black Cat, Hanzo, and I think it mains 1 Kaguya.
yeah,
Yeah, 1 Kaguya mains.
because while these are kind of variations on the same theme, I don't know what that is. If he kills me, I'll tell him to kill you instead.
So yeah, Steven's deck is basically the version of Black Cat and Hanzo that the Spanish they posted, but
Yeah.
splashing a lot of 1-of for tech cards
Yep. And it's a deck that Steven has been playing consistently
since Worlds.
Since before Worlds. I think the pet name that he has for it is Salt Pile. And it's just a pile of 4-color best cards of the format stuff. He's been playing this since DB dropped.
Okay,
Pretty much.
makes
Like,
sense.
Since they were like, hey, here's perfect look. Stuff like that. It was just like, and the theme.
What? I'm on a team?
Just like, yep, this is what I'm playing, and he's been playing it ever since. So he's doing that. Derek's doing a
It's
more
more than
traditional take on Kaguya, but you
we'll
just
see.
take that and you
I didn't play
slam
a
the
single
Sigurd
Kaguya
combo
deck
into
yesterday. I don't know how these work.
Yes.
This
You didn't
is
play
probably
Kaguya?
the
I
best
didn't
thing
play
to be
all of it.
doing
It
in
worked
any
out.
format right now,
So-
so.
Samo, the reason people scoop to people at top 8, yeah, like me myself, I scoop to Ken Tober because I am having a kid in November. If I do get an invite, I can't even go to Worlds, so it's kind of a waste. So just scoop to someone that can actually go.
Yeah.
And then Ryan, he's actually the world champion, so he hasn't paid trip back. So there's no point in him really playing to get another invite.
The other reason is that top 8 decided to split.
Yep, we all split evenly for 360 apiece, which is the good part.
Yeah, and so because of that, there's no money to play for. You're
Yeah,
just
you
playing
get
for
top.
the invite
in this list.
prize cards.
Yep.
And so Ryan and Vatland,
I'm like, oh, I can discard
for
off the Dark
various
House and then-
reasons, decided that
And then he said,
more efficient to
No,
let
that's
their
all.
opponents.
Get
I
there.
played a
Get-
2-drop that
have a
blanks our
chance at invite.
thing, so I like just
So.
blank it and then.
Is there anything interesting in Derek's list that I
Yeah.
should check out? He has a Borma on the name.
Oh yeah,
I don't really know if that's relevant to this matchup, but it can be.
Yeah, he means
I think Farisias does.
He means 2. He means 2 freezes, which is interesting. So I know the Brunhild list. I shared it
No, just like
to Derek and their guys in the chat
Yeah,
before, and
No.
it sparked interest because like you're yellow. If you have the coin, you have basically all the will you need, from Kaguya, which is it's better. Kaguya's better in room because you have the yellow
Getting hot and
energize.
bothered. Discard my
And
entire
then
deck.
you just play all the main Sigalzer package, counter early, then combo late. Derek's list, he is playing like 2 into friendships to deal with the Faraka shenanigans and then crystallizations and the
This isn't even
Bormans. They did cut like my list. I was playing like 2 journeys and 2 Arondites and and stuff like that. But they're playing a lot more. They're playing more spot removal.
Yeah. Because the main plan for Derek's list is he's less trying to do Sigurd Alter, like discard your hand to win the game loops, and he's trying more to set up a Kaguya on the board to be able to haiku you
If we
infinitely.
cannot get all
Which
4
is-
darkness stuff.
Oh, he also
Less
plays
hard.
Winglords too,
I
doesn't
didn't have it. I
he?
was like, oh
What?
shit.
He also plays Winglords,
Doing
doesn't
alright?
He plays 4 Awakening
Okay.
the Winged Lord. Yeah, 4 Awakening the Winged Lord, and I believe
Yeah,
he's
for me,
got
you can seal it in round 6.
2
My
Farisia.
stones.
Okay.
When
Because first he also combos really
black,
well with that,
green,
but he also has 4
green, blue,
Kaguya's.
black, green,
Makes
black,
sense.
green.
Yeah, 4 Kaguya's.
Shroud, hit
Chance
a
of
white stone, and
Tranquility
then
is
Black Green.
completely
I was like,
wanting
oh boy.
the extra.
But I was a smart cookie thinking that I wasn't going to get
So
that
the
white
infinite
stone, so I
haiku
grabbed the Calico Cat.
shenanigans is that you
Held
stick
the stone. I was like, oh, well, at least he got
then
Calico
you
Cat. Paid
set up the
Calico.
haiku,
Yeah, that was awesome. Cool.
you attack
Bonus
with-
judgment.
With Kage, you draw 7. You presume at some point in that sequence you're going to draw Awakening the
So we
Winged
can look
Lord,
at this, yeah.
cast Awakening the Winged Lord to untap your Kaguya,
Give me that
and then
nice
you use
COVID.
Athenia to bottom the
Touchy.
Awakening. So you've got Haiku back.
Get my hands in
Attack
all
and
your
draw 7
deck.
more cards.
If I cough on your deck,
Repeat
that'd
this
be
theoretically
Yeah,
infinity. There's like a tiny little
You're insulting my
universe
deck, I
where
don't
you
like
whiff, but
Between
it's
the 4 rolls.
minuscule tiny. So you're drawing like 14
Done 4
cards before
Yeah.
you have to like see the next one.
Oh, so Samuel, I don't know. I don't have any updates inside events. I don't know if they started. They might have started already. I see some people playing. I don't know how many though. I can probably get you an estimate how
It
many.
was definitely Ryan Miles.
There's a lot of people
Friendship.
milling
That
around
could be
doing
Ryan.
stuff, but I haven't seen
It was
anyone
definitely a Ryan card, and he
doing
was
that yet.
absolutely right about it.
Side event started. People are wondering.
Don't tell him I said that, though.
I mean, with Pharisia is pretty
At 11.
At
Steve,
11.
don't tell him I
Do you
said
know how
that.
many people entered so far?
warmer, spicy.
Oh, no, you know what my Burma spice. I have to sign
so
it
we
out
don't
now.
know yet.
Apparently
We
Ryan
started
didn't know
11.
the sign-ups
So
were open, so
No,
yeah.
well,
Who knows? It's up in the air right now.
Yeah.
let me
If you,
grab
I was
the
like
cards.
joking. Like if you know about it, it's like not as spicy.
Because I can
Yeah.
do that
But now that you know about it, you gotta play around with it.
sometimes. I'm
So
not
definitely
very
always
good
have it
at
in
it.
hand.
I've got 4 mana.
Eventually I'm going to be finding
That's
this one.
suspicious.
Oh no, I can't look
Which
at
is
look
Pharisia.
at corruption it. Oh
Yeah.
no.
Oh no. Oh yeah, it's 5 minutes. Oh wait, can
It's
look at
very
corruption.
nuts.
Ah,
It is
got him.
extremely nuts.
You're over Divinity, correct?
Nope, even.
It is
Yep.
an extremely nuts card.
Yeah, you got 10. Okay, I guess it was Ryan that was over Divinity.
Yeah, I'm also curious
It's
to
just
see
the
what
exact same
longer
list.
things are going
I
on.
know. At one point I thought he was talking to someone like, and it just like had over
Pharisia
Divinity.
is silly. It allows you to turn on Sigurds
might
that
be
are
a
lost in
different-
your hand.
different
It allows you to
Kusanagi, Makoto,
like
Inspection.
just
That was Stuart.
Bring
Like,
opponent out
okay,
of nowhere on turn
we
like
big
3
brain
if they have
thought,
no
like,
interaction
you see
or
someone with the exact
blockers.
same like
Yeah.
techie list.
Card is-
You
Yeah.
go alter like
Yep.
no.
The
Kind
Green
of
Hill deck
silly.
can struggle
Yeah,
if
went for, like,
that
one
card
perfect
sticks,
Loki.
but
Yeah,
with
like
Derek,
one perfect
it's
Loki, one Kage.
not as bad as
Yeah,
he
okay, yeah, I
has.
understand.
He has
Like,
end
oh,
of
maybe
friendship. He has a lot
Yeah,
of
you
ways
are.
to try to deal with that card. on
Funny
the
thing
board.
is, though, so if you end a friendship and they just flash him a Kagure, I just feel bad, right? Like
No,
they
he
just
knows
bounce
my
him a
hand.
Kagure back to their hand and banish something else.
Yeah, but they have to banish 2 things off of friendship. So
Yeah.
that's sort of the value.
What is
Because
one
hopefully,
for
you know, in hope, maybe you're bouncing your own.
I kill those cats somehow.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah, you do.
How many Trow is he running? He's running 2 Trow. That's a
Yeah,
card
I'm
that
glad you're
Derek
running
keeps
crystals
playing.
actually.
Yeah,
That card is house.
I played it.
I loved Trow. I loved Trow when I was
It's like a
playing
good
it,
card.
but
Like,
it's
it was
just
like, no,
really hard to
no,
find
no, no,
places
no, no,
where I
no,
think
no,
I
it's,
feel like the
safe
3
to play.
mana, it's not really slow. In the current meta, I feel like it was too slow.
It makes sense in specifically Derek's deck, and that's because he's
you're gonna go
playing a
second?
God deck. He's trying to leave 3 mana open.
Yeah. But you're constantly
I don't
tapping
want you
around,
to
though,
That's
to
what.
counter things most of the time.
But that the idea there is that you leave up your mana to counter things, and you basically dare your opponent to say, do something. If your opponent calls your bluff and says, I'm not going to do anything, so you've just wasted a turn not doing anything, and you just go, cool, I'm going to develop my hand and ramp stuff. Okay, so Derek gets to go second.
So he took the coin. Yep.
It's relevant because you want to have that copy
The white
set up
will.
every time, and he has only, I think, 2 whiffs. Yeah, 'cause he's playing 2.
Yeah.
No, he has no whiffs. No, he's playing 2 deep woods. So with the coin, he always has copy set up. So
Yeah, the stone base is pretty straightforward. 4 black, 4 gushing, and then
Not
2
like
deep blue.
this.
4
So you have
black
all the
sevens,
green
2
speed.
4 gustings, and 2 deep woods. Yeah.
The big problem is, though, is you just
okay.
constantly hit black stones and no white after they energize. That's the only problem. It's annoying.
Right. Or he just hits the
Go
white.
ahead
He's
and
going to
cast
do
Sandstorm.
shenaniganry. He's going to chance. He's going to explore. He's going to sandstorm.
So people play
Well,
this side of
if you
the.
wanted to, like,
We talked
respond
about
to
it.
Soki
Playing the
Kage,
sandstorm
right?
is to go against the green
Okay, cast
Percivals
this
because
one.
green Percival
Yeah.
just gets in there and does so much damage turn 1 if you play against decks that play it.
Yeah.
And we did not see very many decks play Percival. The Arla decks, a lot of them didn't play that card.
Yeah.
So he did hit a cat. I didn't see the other ones. What were the other ones? You see, Cal?
I saw it in like another
Last turn.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hold up.
cat. Obviously was the best.
Yeah,
He
choice.
does
yeah,
have
spooky
Kage.
a little
Double
bit.
Kage in his hand.
That's pretty good.
So he looks like he's pretty reasonably set up at least to begin this.
Sure.
And then for Steven, I think the only card he's really going to look to counter is Power and Mortality. That's the card he's going to mostly scroll, or Brunhild's Wrath if it gets really bad.
So yeah,
I mean, not
Derek
Brunhild's
lets the
Wrath.
Rhea resolve because there's no reason to like. This is a bit of a bait play because like yes, Steven's going to be able to snatch up the to bin a Sigurd off of it, I presume. He's looking through his deck a lot.
Yeah, it's going to be a Sigurd he's going to grab, which is 100%. That might be the right choice.
Yeah.
Because we know that Derek, he's playing how many Morning Angel or Calico? He has Calico Cat, which is kind of
He has 4
awkward.
Calico Cats.
So he knows he's going to play a Calico Cat next turn. So he's going to grab the Angel. Angel feels good because it kills the Calico.
Yeah.
So you grab Sigurd, they just play Calico Cat, and you kind of
Yeah.
Because like Derek, I mean, Steven could just whiff not getting a
You
Greenstone
got it.
because he plays 4 basic black.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Callstone.
Yep,
Yeah,
there's
he
another
does
Holy
basic
not
black.
like
basic
this.
black, yeah.
We will
How many
live.
Laylas
We
Steven
will
playing?
4.
persevere.
He's playing
He plays 4 of them.
You got it.
4.
Yeah. 4 life
So he does have ways
Clap
that,
in for 4 with
8
Drain.
life swing, man.
Oh, baby.
that Rhea can
so
get in
good.
there a lot and do a lot of damage too.
Oh, yes, it can.
Pass.
You got it.
These very important life totals that matter for this matchup.
Well,
All right.
play back in your
So
right.
Derek's just gonna
Kill the Rhea.
Right.
I mean, it stops tokens from altar, I guess. So like if he does do other play lines, so it's kind of weird socializing the Makage Rhea. So
But I also think that like Crystallize doesn't have very much value in this matchup at all.
not really, but it does like if they go Sig enter, respond to enter, kill your Sig. Like they can't sack it to altar to get more counters,
Yeah,
I guess.
exactly.
Or respond to an Athena enter, kill Athena. That seems like a better play line.
I'm making the
recovery?
presumption that the pet attack didn't go through because of that. Derek calls a stone. He says, "Hey, I've got a stone."
So it didn't go through. They didn't update their life. So currently right now Steven's at 5,500.
Pass you.
5,400. Sorry.
What?
Yeah, the life didn't change. He gained 1,000 crystallization and 4 from the drain. So
No,
Steven's
but
at.
the damage didn't go through, I presume.
I think it did because.
Why would you crystallize after?
So Derek drew. Derek drew
he
into
drew
crystallization. Yeah, so he's at 5,400.
No, that's the worst.
So that explains more.
5,400.
We'll pick it.
At least one of us is paying attention. Steven plays a Calico Cat. Excellent. He's got 2 black now. And a handful of green cards per my looking at it, so like
Looks that way.
He
does have a moment in hand though,
so that it does
give him some kill spell stuff.
yeah.
That is fine.
He has a moan, but it was like this is not a match where like spot removal is super relevant outside of that copy. That's about it.
I know Steven does play a freed, so he could just pay the 1 black and search for a card,
He could, yeah.
which would be that's probably what he's gonna do. I think he should really just maybe do that.
Derek's looks like he's considering his. So this is Steven's turn.
Yeah, but
So it's
Steven's
back and forth and back and forth.
So
This
this,
player's drawing.
End of your turn. So attempt to resolve a trial activation.
He's gonna pay 3 to trowel.
Yeah, sure.
seems good to ramp a stone, basically try to get the other white stone you need.
Just lets him get a head on stone, who's basic for all intents and purposes. And he gets to tutor up the Rhea, which allows him to start doing altar shenanigans as soon as he wants to, basically. Because his opponent's on double black, there's not that much that
He can do really.
Draw for turn.
So, draw.
Recover.
Yep.
So,
All stone.
There's the other black silence. I think right here he would want to hit another gushing sky. Just having 2 white will would be really good. So right here, Steven probably will cast Moan, I think maybe. He doesn't have 3 cards, so that's a problem.
Oh, yeah.
He would have to kill the cat. The cat would go to grave, trigger, and does all that stuff. He could kill the Athena here, which would be pretty good, I think, just to get rid of the Athena on board. Because Steven's deck's more graveyard based.
I mean, theoretically, yes, but I feel like the Calico Cat in a matchup where you're playing against a graveyard deck is pretty important to leave out there.
Yeah.
But
Does Derek have a Dark Alice in hand is the question. That's why he left the white will open.
that's a possibility. Like, he could be basically daring his opponent to say, I've got this open to be able to cast a Dark Alice. Bite me.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to think. The Sigurd altar lines are so confusing.
I like Athenia.
And I never know how to play them. So
the
he
Sigurd alter-
untaps with this Athenia,
Yep.
and he goes Rhea, pitch a Sigurd, get a Sigurd, cast a Sigurd.
Maintain
Words,
priority,
words,
yep,
words.
yep.
Yeah, maintain priority to be able to cast the Sigurd, and then
He could
start
sack all
doing
three,
some
do
sack.
Sigurd alters.
Yeah. And then he's holding up this one white up through all of that to be able to do stuff. So he can Rhea.
Sure.
So he left Y open for crystallization in his hand. So he has another one.
Okay. So he's Rhea-ing. I want to pull up Moan of the Dead.
So he grabbed this Sigurd. Okay.
Because Moan of the Dead is a card that exists.
Yep.
I never
And you
remember what it
can't.
does.
So you can't bounce Makage back with it because it's
Right.
not an additional
For a
cost.
target resonator, if its total cost is less than the number of cards in your graveyard. So he needs at least 4.
So
to be able to do it.
Ray would go to grave. Yep. Okay. I was gonna say if he puts it back to hand, that's a problem because I want to
Oh,
go
but
back.
he banishes it to the cost?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, you target the resonator, and then
I
it
don't
decides
think you
to
both have
destroy
non-floating
it.
one again.
So he's going to destroy the Athena.
So if Athenia is on the stack, so Athenia enters. I choose.
In response to enter, I killed it.
Yep. Respond enter before stones untap and kill it. So you still untap, but the resonator's gone.
Yeah.
Right. So the question is,
Sounds like
does it choose on resolution?
They're discussing
or-
what's happening.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
So enter.
Sounds like they're
both,
just
and
clarifying
then
what goes
dies,
on in
and
that
then- okay,
situation.
So,
Flip back.
yeah.
Okay, still, then he taps his stones.
So now the problem is I think Derek has a second Athena on hand, which I think is I think he does. Oh, that's what it looked like, but I might be wrong.
He just has a stacked hand in general as part of it.
Yeah, he doesn't have a second. That's just another Calico Cat. It wasn't an Athena.
Okay. But he's gotten his opponent to tap out, so he can just slam this Rhea.
I don't think he should, because he can't get another Athena out of his deck to untap more stones and try to build his board with the altar. I think he might, because like Steven has like 3 cards in hand, and more likely he should just pass with his will, have Kage Will open, and then other play lines.
So Rhea gets Sigurd, but I think a possibility here is that instead of trying to develop a big board loop, he can go cast Sigurd, alter, get alter, and then leave up the ability to go banish to my altar, go get a Dark Alice in response to anything that Steven tries to do to interact with his graveyard.
Makes sense.
The only possibility why I wouldn't maybe do that is to leave Kage alive, maybe,
Yeah.
but
I don't think he's really heavily focused on Kage right now. He's more heavily focused trying to keep his graveyard alive so he can try to combo out and do stuff.
At time on
Right.
Might go back in. I will present if I do not.
okay.
So you got the Sigurd in play. He's taking one more. It's probably for the Calico Cat, so he gets 2 tokens. So yes, he does have the Calico. He can grab Athena.
Yeah, he can.
So sack the token, sack Sigurd, get Athena, and recover 3. Who'd have thought? A 1-drop that says get 2 cards by itself is good.
Pretty decent. Shocking, that.
Yeah.
So this is the point where you start having to think about what is going on. What
Yeah.
do.
So here, if Derek sacks all those 3, he'll respond before Athena comes into play. He'll just put Sig on the bottom, which kind of slows down his whole momentum play.
Yeah. I think I did see that he's got like at least another Sig in hand, so if he can at some point
Get a Dark Alice.
get that card into the yard, yeah.
Shoot second
I
one.
think he.
I
I think he would just sack the cat, get a token,
Got tokens.
and then maybe.
Sack token. Yep.
It's interesting.
Real question.
How far
Okay,
do
so
we go?
what
here?
he can do here is he can not sacrifice the Sigurd.
If you sacrifice Sigurd, he's just gonna exile in response. Like, he won't even exile in response. He'll just like let it go to grave, and if you pop your altar, then he'll respond.
Yeah, we'll sack Sigurd.
Which I think is fine. Like,
Sack
because he has another card in hand, so once he removes it, he'll just go ahead and grab
respond with
anything
Sigurd.
that.
Or put on bottom.
Yeah, you trying to remove him. Remove it. No, can't be removed.
Grab the
in game.
Athena.
No,
Yeah, Athena feels fine. Recover some stones. So you have Kage Will.
enter.
Yeah, you have interaction now.
You have those in hand, you're fine. You only
Yeah.
stacked 1 altar, which is good. You still have 3 in your deck.
Yep.
Hotel. And then enter.
So he taps it 3 and looks like he's got a play he wants to make in some way, shape, or form.
Oh, he has a Sephiroth. That's not bad. That means uncountable Kage, which I don't think this deck's going to have to worry about too much.
True, but it's also mana.
Yeah, it's also
It gives you mana advantage.
Yeah. Plus it draws your card, so why not play it? Oh, we got the Dark Alice off the top.
He's got a Dark Alice, too.
So he also has a Sig in hand, which is good. So he does have Sig still.
Looks like he's going to
Yep, just keep going.
do the shenanigans.
You just keep doing and going from there.
Yep.
Discard the Sig. Yep. Oh, discard the second Sig. Why not? I mean, there's no use for it being in your hand, really.
Well, there's that. Did he discard it?
You did discard it, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, unless you have
Sure.
Farika, like you play it,
Got
like
it.
it's a
Right.
discard card, but now he just reanimates Sig, get Alter
Heart of
again.
the cards on your side.
And we get to start doing silly loops. Yeah. So he gets Alter.
Oh man.
Yeah, you would grab Alter.
Should she stack this
I
deck?
mean, he was holding a Sephiroth.
No
there.
such thing, sir.
Sephiroth's not bad. It stops, like, because Steven only has 2 cards. He can't really answer your board right now, and you have 2 8/8s and a full 4. Applying a lot of pressure.
Yeah. But that's a breakable board.
Yeah.
Okay.
Another
but
tree?
he's gonna get to draw a card.
Draw a card, nuking a card, gives you a black will, so you black or green, so you have a put cards, or you can remove his graveyard, which is pretty strong.
Yeah.
And if he tries to do any true power shenanigans on his side, like, some way, I guess there's nothing to really clear this board right now, and I think Derek's in a fine position.
Exactly. Yeah.
Draw.
Draws like maybe another Dark Alice.
Yep.
Let's go ahead, exile your
I probably would have just waited for that. So we
Actually,
get a, like a
see,
response.
Proactively gets rid of the graveyard,
Responsible.
so he can't.
Yeah.
I
Good.
guess.
So I'm at
And
52.
Yeah.
guess he's gonna pass. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe, I think passing just with that open would have been fine too.
Yeah.
So I go,
It,
Yeah, you're good to go.
I guess he could, but I don't think there's like a ton of other things you're
Options.
ever going to do besides that. So you might as well do it before he like
Alright, we're cooking with
is able to like go cast Alter,
Just 'cause it sounds
but you would
dangerous.
do it in response anyway.
Yeah.
Sure.
So the cool thing is if he would have passed with it open, like, if Steven doesn't do anything, he has a green will where he can put more cards back into his deck, like his 2 Altars and Sephiroths, so he can keep going the following turn.
Yeah.
True, but the question I suppose then is that relevant?
manifest that talk.
Not really, but I mean,
Yeah.
it's something.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Steven gets a
I mean, you got double Sigurd off the dark.
Yeah, like,
Or you had one in hand.
I had one in hand, and then I was just like, oh, I guess I'll just draw the other one now, sure.
He'd been to Sig.
it is a Sig.
Yeah.
I can't
Well done.
recognize cards anymore.
he been to Sig. Now he's going to get Alter. He can sack to get his Athena. He has 0 cards of grave, so now he doesn't really have enough to get his perfect Loki.
No.
When he removed the graveyard.
So he can get Athena and it's a 1 card in hand.
Yep.
I think that's also part of it is that he is.
Steven also does have true power too, so
Sack Alter.
he can do some interesting play lines.
Cat token. and-
Get up to a 4-drop, probably just Athena. He has a Pharisia in a hand, I like that.
Power of the Sigurd.
Sure.
Card of Sigurd just to grab a
Howard
Sephiroth off it.
Sigurd. Well, you can grab a
Sack
Sephiroth, or also you can grab another
Sure, it's
Altar
back.
and have the ability to set up
In
a
response to.
Dark Alice. That's the name of the card. I think it protects your graveyard.
Yeah.
The Athena that your opponent has. Yeah, so sack Altar. Okay. There's very much a game
sack
happening.
token?
That is for sure. There's
Sack Alter.
gonna go and get Athenia.
Sure.
Effect.
Tap 3.
Yep.
Okay.
Sack Alter.
Question now is what is the next move?
Reiko.
Banish the Sigurd, cast Sigurd. Cool.
Now he grabs a Sephiroth, right?
Ah,
Yeah, now he grabs a Sephiroth. Only put 2, yeah.
You want to cut?
Sure.
Draw discard?
Draw discard. Looks like he discards crystallization.
You drew another one off the top. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
So you don't have to search and
Discards
stack.
End of friendship.
Sack altar?
I'm sort of curious why Derek went so all
It's true. I think he was trying to go all in, trying to get a board, and just have answers to Steven. But he should have left.
Had this opportunity to hold Kaguya up for the what I kind of think was a top deck with Kage Raya.
Yeah. This is where I kind of think he should have left the Sephiroth open, because like it forces Steven to not sack 3 to get Athena, because you exile his grave, so you kind of stop that whole play line.
Right.
So he can't keep going like he's doing now. And if you got perfect Loki, you just remove his graveyard too. It's like the same thing. Derek was just too proactive. Should have been reactive that turn.
Possibly, yeah. I'm just a fiend for leaving my Kaguya's open now.
Probably do it smartly.
Alter.
Yep. So the question is, how many cards does he have engraved now? So I think he's trying to get enough cards engraved now to pass to like make his board with a perfect Loki. So there looks like there's 6 cards. 6 cards. So he's almost there. He only needs 2 more, which he can easily do that this following turn with just a Sig and then like his Raya go to grave, and he has enough for perfect Loki to clear the board.
All right. Yeah. I think part of my question is if that Raya was top decked, why interaction wasn't left up for it. 'Cause it feels like that Raya was top decked, right? Steven's only card in hand before that was a first, yeah, if memory serves.
Yep, he topped the Raya.
So yeah. I don't know, maybe I would have.
Yeah.
I don't feel like overanalyzing what they're thinking at the moment, but admittedly, I'm like, I'm not sure why we don't leave up counter mana for that situation instead of just playing a Sigurd.
Sack altar?
True. Yeah, probably just leaving the 3 open, not playing the Sigurd would have been fine.
Sack altar?
Had Will open for Athena and a counterspell.
So now we just need to see what Steven can do on this side.
Well, Steven now has enough to get all. He's just Loki. He'll pass and your turn before ready and draw Loki aboard, clear it, pass back. He'll continue his lead, and then there's nothing much else you can do there.
Yeah. Looks like he drew another thing as well.
He did draw plus 3 cards,
Yeah.
so you got a 4 hand size now.
Everything, but I can't have everything.
Don't we all just love altar decks? They're so fun, right?
They're very fun, and they're so great to commentate because so much has happened.
Yep. They're just
There was no
nothing. It's just looping 3 Athenas and Sig multiple times.
How many times can they loop this is the question. And
Yep.
I
I
don't
know in my game, when I was playing the tournament, I think I looped Athena 6 times and Sig like 4 times.
Yeah.
I believe it's Nig 9. We'll double check here.
Just like trying to put extra cards in grave, trying to get 6 for like the Loki play line, which he's doing
You
here.
want to cut?
Yeah, it looks like a 9 perfect Loki. Yep.
And then
I think is
And then he'll exile the
Olympia
grave.
Loki, or is he?
Yep.
Good question. I think he's only playing the 1 of.
Probably makes the most sense.
Yep, he plays the 1.
Okay.
I know in Derek's list he plays 2. Because he has the will to counter it, to play it. But now, so Derek's in a position he can't Odin Judgment.
Why not?
Because it's Sealing Scroll.
Yes.
Sealing Scroll will shut it down. So yes, Derek should have left the 3 will open last turn for the Kaguya to stop the top deck and the black will to stop any shenanigans he does in the grave.
Maybe. Yeah.
Even if he didn't do that, he could have just left the tree open to stop the Sig when it went to grave for the first time. He still would have been fine, I think.
Yeah.
He still would have been in the game. Because I really don't think Derek can recover from this. because it goes back to Steven. Steven will just loop his Loki back into his deck, build his board back up and pass, and just neg his board again.
Yeah.
Because I know Derek and them, they're not playing Erendite's main board. They're not even playing Erendite's, correct? Yes, and make sure your computer buff.
That sounds about right.
I like the stones where the stones are untapped. Yes, thank you, Mike Grants.
And it looks like all of his graveyard's been ripped as well. So
Yeah, there's not much Derek can do here. He really, in my honest opinion, he should just
Pass
scoop,
you.
scoop and go to game next game.
Before draw.
Unless there's something I don't know he has in
what
his
he's
hand.
doing, what his plan is.
It's probably a dark. He has crystallization, so he's going to kill
Any
something.
more?
I'm going to discard it.
Dark. Oh, okay. He has Dark Alice. That's not bad.
I'm guessing
Okay.
this is on
Steven's turn.
Steven's beginning of step.
Yep. He does have the Cog in hand too, so I mean he can cancel some of the loot cards, which is bad.
Yeah, that's a thing. The only question is, does he have a way to?
3 cards?
Let's see.
And then 4 we'll have to draw.
Ceiling
So he can,
Scroll.
yeah, Sailing Scroll stops chance, so there's not really a
But it
chance
only
for him.
stops chant once.
He's trying to get another chant probably.
Yeah, so if he has Kaguya and a chant,
Yeah, we'll go against
he
it.
can go Kaguya chant.
Yep.
And then
He didn't draw the chant. That's probably what he was trying to do. He did draw a
Just digging
Wingward.
for a chant of tranquility, and if he had that, he might have been able to make something happen.
Yeah.
And that's how it goes sometimes. Click all these buttons and figure out which one is the one that I'm trying to do.
We'll look at lists.
Oh, you can. Yeah.
You agree with
what
me
you
that sleeping is overrated, Andrew?
Oh, most definitely.
Excellent. That's
I,
why we're both yawning at all of our lovely listeners.
I'm sorry. Yeah, like even in our hotel room we're in, it's for some reason it's very humid in our hotel room, and it's pretty miserable.
Yeah, that doesn't sound very helpful at all.
So side options now. So Steven, in this one, I think he would side another Morning Angel. He might side in another Dark Alice, maybe another Perfect Loki. Fergus Journey, I felt like I played that card all day yesterday too as a main, and I felt it was really good when your opponent tapped out in certain play lines. So you might put those in maybe, I'm not 100% sure
Right.
though.
So Derek has 2 don't cheats that can probably come in.
Probably, I think he'll put him in just if he draws it, it stops True Power on their play lines.
It also stops Power of Immortality too.
Oh, no, I'm not True Power. I'm sorry. Yeah, Power. That's the card I'm thinking of. That's the one card I think you would really only want to counter is True Power.
He has 2 Morning Angels that he can bring in.
Yeah. That was another card a lot of people weren't meaning some, like the other deck mains 4, and a lot of other decks were like maybe signing 1 or 2. Like I sided 1 because I had Alter. I would just grab it, but
Yeah.
that card is very underrated. That card is actually very good right now.
He has another Athenian, Perfect Loki. He has another Sephiroth he can bring in.
He plays 3 main.
Sephiroth? No, he has 2 main.
Oh yeah, he could probably bring the 3rd one in. I think that's the right choice because you're trying to rip most of the cards out of their hand.
I think he could bring in the End of Friendship depending on how afraid he is of Phyrecia.
Yeah, we know he's going to take out the Trow. He's taking out Trows because they don't do anything. He's probably going to take out a Chant. He's taking out a Phyrecia. Phyrecia doesn't really do much in this deck, in this mirror matchup, because like they rather have cards in the graveyard and you're just pitching your cards. It's the same thing.
True, but Phyrecia represents a nice, clean, fast lethal, so that's another possibility.
Yeah.
I mean, the first thing I think that you cut in this matchup, though, is the spot removal. Crystallization does
It doesn't really do anything.
is stone cold nothing in this matchup. So
Well, it gives weird trades. So like if they sack like a Sig, they get Sig and in response you kill it, or they play Athena, you kill it. Like it forces them to like not have enough counters on their altar to grab Athena from the deck, which I think is fine having like spot removal in the main just to answer that stuff.
yeah, but I don't think that the spot removal is good in this matchup. You'd rather have all of your better tech cards. So I think most of the like spot removal is probably going to be removed. The other spot removal he has, I thought he was playing more removal.
No, it looks he did cut. From when I saw Derek cut out a Chant of Tranquility, he cut out End of Friendships. I couldn't see what the other cards were though.
Yeah.
Question is, would you really want to go down to 3 altars instead of 4?
Doubt it.
So now it comes down to this: will Steven take the coin, or
Maybe first or second.
No, Derek gets to choose, so he'll take the coin.
he'll still take it? Okay.
We'll go first.
Go first. Go first.
Box.
Interesting.
You don't want to. Yeah, you're good.
Interesting.
I mean, that
It's
noodle
very
thinking.
interesting choice.
Yeah.
No, I messed up too. And I kept going, and I was like, wait, I'm supposed to
It
stop
very
here.
much felt like that
Yeah,
one.
the
Kage
whole
Ray
like,
that got
ending with no
resolved was
altar
just
kind of
the-
thing,
Yeah.
tapped out.
game,
Very,
so-
Yeah.
That's
Just being able to grab the sig.
Yeah, just not being played around that off the top of the library. Okay. So yeah, Derek's gonna go first. Intriguing.
Only one back.
So in his opening hand, he has like he got a Donchi, Wing Lord, Athena, and a Calico
Right.
Cat, and a Kaguya. So he
That's
got all
all
those
right.
cards in his
Good
opening
luck.
hand, which is pretty solid. I didn't see what was in Steven's hand though. Steven's pretty good at hiding his hand off the camera, so you don't really see what he has.
Right.
Why don't I have
Yeah,
Layla?
Black Silence and a Cat. Turn 1 Cat seems fine against the Alter in Steven's deck.
Yeah. Turn 1 cat seems pretty simply solid.
Steven has a Rhea, March,
No.
Calico Cat, Beluka Corruption,
Don't play no games with me, sir.
and the Dark Alice. He has a Dark
Sir,
Alice
don't
in
play
hand,
no
which
games.
is kind of awkward.
I don't want you to play no games.
Derek's singing.
He is
Which
very
is
much
a
singing.
positive thing, I think.
What's this?
It's
One
cat
cat
fight.
deserves another cat.
Cat fight.
Cats
Kitty cats.
deserve friends.
He's kitty kitty cat.
Remember, it's spade new to your. Yeah.
Oh, and he has the Gusting
is
Skies.
a
Now we
PSA.
also have the Kaguya online.
Yeah. Question is like, oh, I'm gonna don't cheat your cut.
Yeah.
Don't cheat the Explorer.
I don't cheated a lot of Explorers lately.
I feel like if you were going in game 2, you would want to don't cheat the Explorer.
This is a thing outside.
Finds the Kaguya can represent
What?
the Kaguya.
Kaguya's.
and
That's
now,
Kaguya's. Look at the bad cards.
now you have mana and stereo, maybe.
Passive.
Just pass.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I would do. I like
I
passing.
don't want to trade cats. My cat's better than yours.
Play more of a
In
reactive
my
game.
eyes.
You're a control deck. You should never tap out. Unless you play Athena, she untap your stones.
Yeah, exactly. And then you get air indicted.
Oh, who plays Erendite though? Like, I play Erendite.
Yeah, exactly.
I played 2 and I never got to use it all
Frontiers.
week,
I'll play
all
New
yesterday.
Yeah.
I like look. Looks cool.
Here,
Kinda mean.
so it comes down to it. Like,
We'll play that Kage now.
I would cancel it if you have 2 Kaguya's in hand, 100%.
Well, the thing is that, like, he has 2 mana after
Yeah.
this, and I guess the question is, what are you afraid of him doing
1 mana cancel the Kage.
with that 2 mana anyway?
I mean, he could play a Leia,
And it's not much. It's just a Layla. So,
which is fine.
and so I think that was what Derek went through. Is he went through his mind? He's like, this is going to take a Kage from my hand
Own.
anyway. Is it worth protecting
I like
the
creating.
information of what's in my hand? He casts Athenia.
Yes, fine.
That is definitely got to resolve.
Yeah, he slammed that Athenia.
Yeah. Who loves? What do we all just love 0 cost 8/8?
I didn't even play this card.
Isn't
It's
it
bad.
pretty decent? Pretty
Are you gonna swing at me?
I mean, I was thinking about it, but now I'm not so sure.
Then it's a good card.
Oh shit, he's right.
Yeah. Poor Derek. He was about to attack and then realized that there's a Layla on the board. Now what?
I'd be. That Layla, it's like, I play Sandstorm. Oh, you have a Leia. This isn't very good.
I remember sandstorming and then Aaron
Yo,
indicting
dog, why you gotta be
Laylas.
like that?
Oh, jeez,
That
really?
was- That was a thing that I did a few times in the
Let's put it that
decks.
way.
Just either that or I was just gonna be like, or I just RFG'd it from the game. One or the other.
You should take my sig.
Okay.
This is gonna be good.
Got the look.
This card's broken. You don't want to cast it against you.
You know, it is pretty broken.
Derek is
didn't lie, you don't want me to
advocating
get
that
it.
You should take
Steven
Sig.
should take the cigarette out of his
Yeah.
hand. Understandable,
That he does have a cat.
right?
I think Steven would want to grab the Kaguya 100%
I'll
of the
give you the
time.
effect.
Timing mix. Don't cheat, alter, sig, and wing it.
Cast a chant. I'll hard cast this don't cheat so hard.
I know, right?
Oh man.
Can't cancel my master ring though.
All
Fuck,
right,
he's right.
so wait, you took the other Kaguya.
Yeah, you took the Kaguya. That seems like the right choice.
Seems reasonable.
You got
There's don't
one card in
cheat.
That is a Dark Elf. Oh man, he does not have a counter for that.
Don't cheat your dark elves.
Don't shoot the Dark Atlas. He does have a Wing Lord play the next turn, and he might be able to rip something on the top, which is pretty cool.
Yeah. He's able to cast the Winged Lord and see if he gets anything off the top. Like, Winged Lord, drop a ray off the top does seem
Pretty good.
pretty not bad.
Yeah.
Or Dark Alice.
Or Dark Alice. Or just grab a
Actually,
Sig.
Dark Alice would be even better because then he gets to bid his Sig with the Dark Alice to be able to protect it.
Yeah.
Little trigger.
Okay.
He does have the will to play his Sigurd now.
Did you want to cut?
Oh, yeah.
Mark. Trigger.
Oh, he has the march for the Sig too.
March the
Can't do anything about that unless you want to don't cheat the march, which I think is fine because it forces him to tap all his stuff out. Then it forces him to he gets Athena, recovers 3.
It's all good stuff,
what,
right?
1 card in hand?
Silly loop shenanigans still get to occur, more than likely.
Yeah.
Is there just an efficient way to interrupt the loop? And I'm not.
I don't think there is
don't
because if well, the only option you have is your don't cheat. But you want to save that for power plays.
Yeah, that's fine.
So Derek's like really thinking like, do I want to counter this? Like,
Heck.
no, just let it go. Save it for like the power plays, so you can't like double trigger that. The problem is like he got the Dark Alice too in play, so it's gonna be pretty annoying to deal with that.
True. See what his next line is. The thing is that the don't cheat's known information, so trying to power Sigurd here is a little bit of a silly thing to attempt.
Most definitely.
He's gonna bottom whatever card it was in Derek's graveyard. I don't
Oh,
know.
it was Cog, yeah.
Ah,
He bought him the Cog. He's gonna sack, yep.
Sack. Sure.
I think
Do
2
sack
tokens.
thing.
2 tokens.
Sack.
2 tokens, yep.
Alright. Sack altars on 2.
Seems pretty good.
It seems reasonably solid.
I mean, then here you sack. He's such a good percentage Stevenson right now. You can't even hit his grave. He's worried that he might have a crystallization in hand, which I didn't think. Derek, well, not stupid. Derek, he already saw his hand was stupid. He doesn't do it. He should just go ahead and grab. Just keep going. There's no responses he can really do.
Yeah.
Because you have Dark Alice. Like, you just should go grab Athena.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. You know what's in his hand.
Sack altar.
Just grab Athena, recover 3, and just keep going.
There's the Athena, recover 3. Now we get to just see what exactly it is that Steven does to try to build a board here.
So yeah, the play line here Steven's going to do is get Sig again, get an altar.
Yep. Sig into altar, Spanish Sig to altar.
He's trying to get big enough to maybe clear his board and just pass again and just go
to
from
try
there.
to perfect Loki lock it.
Yep. That's the plan. That's the play line he's doing right now. Trying to get graveyard big enough, perfect Loki, and then just go from there.
Right.
Because the Derek really can't interact with it right now at all. Can't do anything technically.
Sack. You cast.
Energize the Sigurd.
So the funny thing is,
now
like, once he
he's
sacks to once he sacks to altar, you have a response. You have like a little response window before the counter hits.
Bounce
You
gets
can
down.
kind of like respond. So you could respond to the counter by like bouncing
That's good.
chant, and then he'll ceiling scroll it to put the Sig back on the bottom. But because it's
Derek
there's a
went for
process.
a chant of tranquility there and got the ceiling.
You want to cut before draw?
If he had another chant in hand, that'd be good. But he doesn't. Oh, he does. It's the same thing. Like he just cancels wherever he plays it.
Yeah. I think the idea was he could have like interrupted the loop a little bit by countering that Sigurd so that his opponent paid 2 mana to do nothing.
Yeah. So the play line, I think, if he knew if he had another chant in hand, he could have just like sacked altar before counters, like chant my Kaguya. Sigur's engraved, so you can't do it because we still haven't even added the counters onto the altar to put it on the bottom.
Sack altar.
Sack Sigurd
Oh,
altar.
did you resolve the draw?
Did I resolve the draw? No, I did not resolve the draw. Sorry. Sack it.
Discarded a Sigurd. Haha.
Effect.
Yep.
Goes and gets a Sephiroth, draws a card, banishes Sigurd, go and get an Athenia. Do a little dance.
So the cool play line here, we know that he has a don't cheat in hand on Steven's hands. The next play line, if he does all these combo things to Derek will call Stone. He'll power his Athena, then Odin's Judgment to clear the board, the Athena trigger. But the problem is Steven has a don't cheat in hand, so it's just kind of, it doesn't work.
Sack altar.
Okay. Go and get an Athenia.
Recover more stones.
Recover more stones.
Okay.
Cast Sigurd. Go get an altar.
Another altar. He went to 2 altars right now, and then double Sephiroth. So usually after you
He has a
loop,
Sephiroth on field already, so
Yeah.
he is able to recast the Sigurd again.
Yep. Mostly, it's basically after you cycle 2 altars, you would stop, or until you get enough cards to nig their board with Loki.
Yeah. So we'll see what
Oh,
direction
he
goes.
did side. Oh, so Steven did side in the major 2-drop though.
Oh, interesting.
You just play it called Kaguya. They can't counter your stuff.
Yeah, pretty much. Especially when you presume out of the board that he's going to, cut his spot.
Do you have green white floating?
Yep.
Okay.
Sack.
Yep.
Yep. Sack Sig, go to counter.
Recast.
Play it again.
Yep.
Search. Go to Sephiroth.
Probably Sephiroth.
Yep, get a Sephiroth again. His third and final one.
The issue here, of course, is that this loop isn't deterministic and it can run out of mana eventually.
Yep.
Because it's a mostly even one.
Yeah.
On mana, it doesn't produce you mana. It's certainly things happening. That's about all we
Got a
know.
response? Okay. No response, or?
I have a response.
Okay.
Yes, Orion. It's a very fun match.
Loads of fun.
Cast.
All right.
So now he has enough cards in his grave
So build
to
top
just
4?
make his board.
Yeah.
Oh, he played Wing Lord. Yeah, I was like, why is he looking at top 4?
Oh, he
Totally
played
forgot. So he played Wing Lord to get the Sig,
Played Wing Lord and hit a Sigurd.
Well,
which is pretty good. Grab an
He did this
addition.
while his opponent is tapped out.
Yep. So now he can do stuff on his side too. So it's still Steven's
And this
turn,
is just not
correct?
to cast a Sigurd, right?
I believe so.
Yep.
Well, it's supposed to do from the chase.
Huh? Oh, this is on the chase?
Sephiroth's on the chase.
On the chase. It's
okay.
not officially end play
This is
yet.
all interaction with Sephiroth on the chase. Okay, well, that's a...
Interesting play line. So now 6 comes to play. Chase Sephiroth. So he hasn't even drawn yet. It's not even in the play yet.
Yep. Because Steven's still tapped out. So I think he's trying to take advantage of that and the fact that he's, I think, trying to
he's-
force...
He has 3 cards in grave. I mean, he can go grab Altar, sack Cat, and I mean, technically he could probably just perfect Loki the board. But then the Altar's a problem. He can do that too. It's the same thing back and forth to both of them. But it gets rid of the board.
Yeah.
That was a good one to get off the top.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, so you just like, I think Derek's going to, if that resolves, he's going to do everything here.
got one
He's
card
going to
left?
get the Altar, sack.
Don't cheat. Nah.
Sack some things, get Loki to neg his
That's
board,
not
so
useful.
he'll have a
Keep cheating.
chance. But then he
Keep playing
can just
things
like sack
and then
him with the
discarding my hand.
Altar.
It seems like cheating.
Yeah.
But then
And drawing
like,
cards.
But he
Pass.
can he get to 8? He's at 3 cards in graveyard right now.
so he can get to 3, 7, 8. Yes,
Yeah.
with the Altar, he
So he
can get
gets
to 8.
Altar, banishes his
Whole board just to neg the board.
and he gets in Loki, which will lock the board down, so that then Holshizer can't do
Do
anything
anything
more than
after
one
that.
more banish.
Yeah.
get
We will respond.
something.
Cycle Alter.
The question, of course, being
Cycle Alter.
I'm
this to
shocked
be alter,
Steve
not
does
figured.
main a Kaguya. I figured he would have just searched for
That would've been
Kaguya
pretty dope.
counter,
Yep.
but then it just would have been awkward because he wouldn't be able to untap his stones too.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's
I'm assuming it's enough.
ripping the sig off the top is good.
yeah,
2,
with
4,
but with
6,
the
8,
Sigurd
10,
occurring,
11.
he goes,
Give it a
all
cut.
right, my opponent has pushed for this specific play,
Yep, resolve Sigurd.
so I'm just going to perfect Loki lock right.
Tree.
And while this does stop the loop at this point, Derek is now in top deck
Yep.
mode.
Yeah. So
basically.
he forced Steven to get Loki, so he wasn't able to get anything. So
Yeah.
Sick pass.
Derek's only card in hand. So I mean, he can Odin's Judgment. There's no altar, but the problem is he has no way to get rid of the graveyard unless
Yeah.
he top decks something good.
It looks like a Rhea.
That is a Rhea, but the problem, yeah, I mean, reanimate Sig. So Steven did forget about the Sig. He could have exiled the grave and he would have been.
Yeah.
Just that he can just. He doesn't really get. He doesn't grab anything really. Like it's just another altar, but it doesn't do much.
Grabs an altar, banishes, is able to banish
Yes,
the
sir.
first altar to go
Cool.
and get a Dank Alice.
A Dank Alice. Yeah, banish there, get Dark Alice.
Trying to make it so that he does that in response to the one Athena trigger that you get
5.
as.
Yeah. So he could power, but then we know that he has a dumb cheat, Steven does,
Yeah.
but Derek doesn't.
Right.
Now he has the 2 altars, which is good. So we banish to that. Reanimate Sig again.
Exact line of what exactly you can do, I'm not sure. There's probably a line that like pushes it through, but
Yeah, so the line here I see that he has to do, he gets the altar, sack to altar, get the counter, play a rare from hand, pitch another card to graveyard to have enough to neg the board,
yeah.
and then response to an exiling grave. If he gets perfect Loki, you Flash and Dark Alice.
Yeah.
That'd be the play line. The problem is if Steven responds to sack before counters hit, he could just neg his board anyways. Remember, he can exile his grave.
Right.
That's literally the only play line Derek has right now. I think that's
think
what
so,
he has to
yeah.
go for.
Plays the Rhea. Rhea bins something. And then you go banish,
Sorry, thank you.
altar.
No, you take your time. I'm in no hurry. Maybe these are mindless, hand down 20-minute dirtle things.
It worked.
So yeah.
He's got untapped great gusting skies, which means
So
he
you
can't,
play.
like,
I think.
power
So he
Rhea.
should play. So he should play Ray from hand. And then to Stevens, he's like thinking about stuff. Ray resolves, goes to graveyard. Banish to altar. He responds. You banish again to altar. You can't even do that because you're tapped out. Still, you still need 2. You don't have enough. You don't have enough counters.
Right, you can't get a 2 counter altar so that you can try
Yeah.
to go get a perfect Loki. At least not that I can see right now.
Yeah, there's no way.
I'd have to have gotten that Calico Cat, I think.
Maybe the other play, like it still wouldn't have mattered because if he would have Odin Judgments too, it would have been the same. He just kept. Steven would have just done the same thing. Loop, 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 loop. Perfect Loki you again. So. Second save.
Another 6.
Yes.
Okay. And this goes and gets a
It's gonna get another Sephiroth. Sephiroth doesn't do anything. It discards a card but Steven has 5
or
cards in hand.
draws a card, I guess.
Draws a card but doesn't really do anything.
Right.
Because if you leave blockers, it's the same thing. They're gonna die to his perfect Loki the following turn.
Right. I I do think Derek is more than a little bit up against the ropes here.
Yeah.
He's going to go get another altar.
Search for 0 cost.
Perfect.
That would be the life, right?
We
One
banish your
Ornithopter.
altar for 0 to get a healing gimmick.
Gimmick. Fire.
Maybe he's just trying to assemble altars. So
Maybe.
where he's like, I have all 4 of my altars on the board. Do you?
And it's just say you get all 4 altars in play, you win the game, right?
I think that's how it is.
I wish.
So he's certainly
Second.
done all of this.
Select altar? Sure.
So you let that resolve.
Crack altar. Crack altar. Crack altar? Sure.
Search for a 1-drop.
Probably a dank Alice.
But then you still have to sack it so he can still respawn into your grave. I mean, you can get a cat. Really.
You could get a cat.
You can get the Calico Cat, comes into play, sack it to altar, get the 1 token, sack the token to altar. Yeah, that's the play right there. That's what he needs to do. He needs to grab Calico Cat. He grabs a Calico Cat, he gets 2 tokens.
And that gets an
Oh,
Athena
sorry,
to
how did you
untap.
How many cards?
Okay.
Yeah. 2, 4.
Well, you don't
Then
need
what
the,
do you do?
You don't need the Athena. No. So the Calico Cat comes into play with that. So you sack Calico Cat, sack resolves, token comes into play. Because it hit graveyard. Sack to 1, go to the altar, so it gains the 1 counter. And then you have 2 more to do the respond to the whole Athena thing and get perfect Loki. So then you go ahead and sack to altar. If he lets it resolve, sack to altar again, so you have 2. And then you could get perfect Loki, and then he could do all those other weird play lines. Because now he has the 1 for the Dark Alice search and pull from his deck.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So he gets, if he gets the Calico Cat, he can do.
Yeah, Calico Cat will give him all, but he's grabbing Dark Alice. I think he should get Calico Cat unless he took it out, because it would give him 2 units. That's not the right play, though.
Dark Alice? Okay.
Unless I'm not
Grab
seeing
Dark
something.
Alice. I usually presume I'm not seeing something, just because I've never understood.
Well, I understand some of the, like, I
You
know there's a,
understand it better than I do. That's why I'm
I know
letting
there's a
you
weird
walk
guideline. I know, like, when you banish before the counter hits, you can respond with a response window. And I think Derek sees that, but there's only 2 minutes left. So there's no way that he can probably squeak a wind out with no cards in hand. Like, he can sack all those to the altar, but then you can still just remove your graveyard.
Well, there's 2 minutes left. Even with 2 minutes left in the round, like, you have a single out you gotta play for, right?
Yeah. Grabbing the Calico Cat, I think, was the right play line. Would give you 2 units to sack to altar and perfect Loki, lifts you 3 units.
Yeah.
So you also had enough to search for the Dark Alice to clear his board. But the problem is, then he'll just proceed to do the same thing. Like, you would pass on his turn, neg his board, so he couldn't do anything, and then proceed your turn.
Yeah. Okay. Discard the Rhea. Discard is what looks like the Calico Cat.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there a line that lets you win?
Now, from what I see, because you need 3 resonators on board just to be able to do another Dark Alice and a perfect Loki, which I'm not seeing. I only see 2. Because you sack the Dark Alice, which is bad, because like then he'll just remove the grave.
Right.
I'm trying to figure out what you're doing too. I don't know. Is this a perfect Loki?
Yeah, he needed another
Is this
unit in play.
Is this-
Yeah. I think he's run out of mana.
Yeah. I mean, the Calico Cat grabbing it would have been the right one. It would have given him an extra unit.
Probably. It seems like it would have maybe made things better.
Yeah. Because Steven's a smart cookie. He would have realized like that was going to be a play, and he would have just exiled in response to certain things before counters hit.
Probably.
So I think he would have just sacked his Sig to one of them too. Yeah. Derek would have been fine then. Then it would have went to time, because I don't think Derek could have won in the couple turns. So.
I don't know.
There.
Derek's looking through working through all the lines.
There's only
If anyone's going to find the line, it's Derek. But
I only see
I
the
don't
one
see
line
it.
right now. It's basically sack 2, get perfect Loki, response, exile graveyard. That's the line I'm seeing right now. Sad but true. I love both these guys. But
Yep.
I'm going to banish that.
for a Calico Cat.
This could get
That's
a
another
Calico
one.
Cat.
Yeah, he can get a Calico Cat here. Grab the Calico Cat. Yeah, there you
Okay,
go.
so this line puts the Dark
It's the
Alice
same
in
thing.
play before, so you don't have to do weird shenanigans. Okay. Time, I presume, will be called at some point in the reasonably near future. But both players are still, both
Sack
teams
token?
are still going.
token.
So
Yeah. He pass. So Derek should pass here now. Go to his turn.
pass and upkeep.
And then upkeep Loki him.
That seems like the most logical
Plate line.
play line to make happen.
Don't sack to alter. What are you doing?
Could be trying to get Athena.
You can do that the following turn.
Sack.
You do it on your turn, your next turn. Because you neg his board, he can't do anything.
Sack.
3 drop. Sure.
Athena recovers 3, gets sick again.
Enter.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm already tapped out.
You can just remove your graveyard at any time you wanted to now, too.
Right.
I think Derek was safe a lot, like that turn right there. He should just passed.
Possible, but he certainly is making stuff occur.
Yeah. And you can get Sig, you can cast Power, but then, like, don't cheat's an option, too, so. But that's probably what he's thinking, really. You only have one Ultra left in the deck.
Yep. Tree?
He needs cards in his hand.
He needs to do something about the board. He's not really doing anything about Steven's board right
Well,
now.
he can go
Major.
into a line where
Who the hell plays Major?
Let's go, dude.
Oh yeah, you're right.
I think now he can
Be
use
running
the,
any Misty
Sig,
Woods.
the Sephiroth and the
Oh, he has his second
mana
Sig in
to
grave,
cast
so he
the
gets
second
Sig, yeah.
Gets Alter, gets another Athenia. I just don't
So
know
furious
where
right now.
Yeah,
He's
no,
trying.
doing some.
He can suck
Yeah.
it.
Is time being called yet? Or? Okay.
I mean, their time's done. I don't know what the time limit is, though.
My timer ran out, but I don't. That's not my issue.
Yeah.
So yeah, he can play the second
Rough stuff,
Sigurd,
dude.
get another.
I'm thinking like, is this a perfect Loki?
I
But
can't go for fucking.
Yeah,
fucking Athenia's
it was,
love.
I thought you were gonna go for Odin's Judgment.
Athenia's love.
That's also a thing too.
Yeah, I was like, that was the whole problem.
I know.
Does he play Athena's Love?
He does. He does. He plays one.
Yes,
so
I was.
That's the
I
reason.
know.
So the
Like, I
reason
had all
that
my
there-
Sigurds,
that-
all my
so
Altars,
the
like,
reason
this
that you
has
can't
to
then
get it
go
out,
for that
right?
is that with the Athenia
No,
out,
that's fine. I was like, what the hell, Steven?
Sephiroth also
No,
just
look at
says
his name,
pay for
Girdle.
Athenia's love, and that point
Well.
he does nothing.
Fucking doing it.
Oh, yeah.
Because he goes
I
to
actually
Untitled
forgot
War
about that
Eternal.
card.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. So now, that's the part that we had forgotten. What's happening, Baba Tunde? I don't know.
This
5
shit.
minutes. 5 minutes.
No, you don't want to sack Outlet.
5 minutes left.
Yeah, what is happening? Yeah. Us commentators, I was in charge of Steven's list, and I forgot he had Athenia's Love in his deck, which is like,
That did happen.
yeah, which I forgot about. So that was my play line was to pass there and negative
Oh,
board, but he has
fortress,
Athenia's Love.
Yeah, so,
So
the
none of his
Athenia
guys
will
would
stop
die.
that. So
Yeah,
Derek's
damn.
trying to find a way to get around that.
They'll be coming to my house with this, mixed match black.
So I'm
I
not-
mean, he does have an answer. He doesn't have an answer. He can't even remove the graveyard because of Dark Alice.
Yeah. Dark Alice prevents the graveyard from getting removed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't
Major
kill you next
graveyard.
turn, but I mean,
Yeah, you don't kill me, but like I don't want the game either.
You know, no. I don't know how at this point.
I'm just too far behind. You got too many cards in hand.
I mean, like, if we go Sigurd, we can power this.
Yeah. You can get to get rid of the power of mortality.
See if I found the other don't cheat somewhere in there.
If I found the don't, that's what I was digging for with the Dark Elves.
I
Looking
was
for the
like,
don't
man,
cheat,
I mean, if you got
and I
some-
couldn't find it.
Oh, so he used
I had
the,
the don't
he
cheat, I
was
was
using
like,
the Sephiroth
we're
to try to
so
dig
in
the
there.
don't cheat.
Yeah, I get you.
Go for
So we
the
can answer the Antifa's love?
Don't
Yeah,
the shit out
yeah,
of
that
it.
That's
makes
like
sense.
just crack Odin.
That makes
Like, he's
sense.
got the don't cheat.
So he's
Yeah,
gonna play the
It's
Sigurd.
like, well, so yeah.
Gonna go get, like, presumably the last of his 4 alternates.
And then we find it.
No, all 4 in their grave.
No.
Oh, he has 1 more in there. That's right. Correct. He's doing Sephiroths.
Get some another
Literally
man.
doesn't
Gets to
matter.
do a
I don't
dance.
know what I'm looking for.
Play a little song.
I'm just drawing cards at
Have
this
fun
point.
tonight.
Well, it doesn't matter anymore.
I'm not losing my mind. You're losing your mind, Andrew.
Don't cheat.
I am losing my mind.
It's reasonable.
I lost my mind. I'm having a kid.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, if you got the don't
that's
cheat this
not
point, like,
wrong.
what does it do?
What does it do? Nothing.
He plays 4 owl
Oh,
players.
you got it, man. Good job.
There you go. Yep. So
Yep.
Stevens is going 2-0 against Derek.
Yep.
Stevens in finals. We
Oh.
don't know how the
I was like,
Kentober and
oh, we
Ian
picked this
matchup
for
is
power
going
plays.
in.
Like,
We'll
okay,
let
so
you
don't
know.
cheat. I'm like,
Currently
oh,
looks like they're
might be
still
good
playing.
anyways.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
like, he
yeah,
had just like so
cool.
many options.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
cut
yeah,
to
yeah,
break,
yeah,
and we'll
yeah,
see you
yeah,
guys in
yeah,
the finals.
yeah.
Yep. Sounds good.
Sounds
Like
good.
I was
Thank
like, oh, I can
Bye-bye.
plug you the Dark Elves, so like I didn't want to tap out. But then I
Who would have thought the man, the myth, the legend, Ken Tober would come out of retirement after 4 years and top, get to the finals. That's crazy, right?
I don't even know who Ken Tober is.
Oh my God, Ken Tober is a legend in Force of Will.
I know, I've heard his name many times, but remember, I am a small child comparatively.
Ken, so Cal, you're a very big child.
I'm a very big child, admittedly, yes. I am small in the sense of years of experience.
Yeah.
So it's Ken Tober
Yep.
and Steven Holsheiser.
Most definitely, yeah.
I'm going to drag their deck lists up so that way I have something to talk about. Ken Tober.
Ken's on the Rizard green white black list
Yeah, same thing that
Jalen was on, minus 1 Loki.
Okay, so they're almost identical, but not quite. He's got a Griffin.
He does play Griffin.
Okay. All right, sure. There's a Morning Angel. There's one. Oh, what the? He plays one Mikage Saijuro.
Yep, that card is really annoying.
I mean, I can believe it's really annoying, but I never looked at that card and said, yeah, this is a card that I want.
So that card, if you judge with that card and you have a Faraka, so if you have it in hand and Faraka in play and you judge and you discard it, you just like get so much value off that card.
Yeah. No, I can see that. He's also playing the full 4 of Pharisia and 3 Percival the Flying Knights.
So Pharisia, the main goal of that deck is to stick Pharisia and then just win every trade. And Percival says, I grab any one. I grab Mikage Rhea, I grab Pharisia, I grab Regalia, and then I can just sack it and make my Pharisia an 8/8 and win trades all day long.
Okay. Yeah, it grabs flyers, right?
Yeah, it grabs a flyer.
Which is...
It's basically think of
cards in this
Tama.
deck.
It's Tama, basically they can pump and put 2 counters on something.
Make sure that they changed the names and stuff. Yep, they did. Cool. So, whoops. So, come on. We did just see Steven's deck.
Yep.
But he is playing one of Morning Angel. He's got one sealed God of the Runes.
Yes, he does.
He has Athene's Love inside it in the extra deck, as we
So
discovered
he also sides one?
relevantly. No, just in the rune deck.
Okay.
Yeah,
Ken's sideboard is pretty straightforward. Oh, is that Ken's deck? Or
No, it was Steven's.
Yeah,
Ken's sideboard.
He has a lot of some spot removal.
He has another Saijuro on the sideboard.
That card's actually very good.
Okay.
That card's very underrated if you have ways to get it out for super cheap.
True.
And it just becomes an internal blocker that says I steal your guys when they attack when you remove strangers.
I suppose. I guess I'm just presuming that it would feel better to just get an Athenia.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm just greedy. I'm not sure. He has 1 Dark Alice on the board and 1 Dark Alice in the main. He has 2 Morning Angels on the board. He's got 3 Moan of the Deads and 4 Don't Cheats. You bring Don't Cheat in against this deck?
I would. Because you would bring some in to go against the rune decks to try to stop little greedy plays. In the finals, it is a blue. It's black, green, white Rizard versus black, green Hanzo altar. So hey, I mean, positive note, there's only 1 altar in the finals, so we don't have to see that very, very boring match again, and we get to see a Rizard deck in finals. So
yeah,
but there's no Kaguya, so there's no Kaguya in finals.
Oh,
but Steven does play 1.
So Tober's not on any. Okay, he's got 2 Sigurds and 4 Sack Altars.
Yep. He is on the altar package in that deck. I think any Rizard deck should play that.
Right.
I don't think he doesn't play Sephiroth though. Some of the Rizard decks were playing Sephiroth, which felt kind of weird. I think you just really want the altar play line.
Go to the card on.
Yep. There we go.
Okay. Yep. It looks like they're shuffling up and everything. So excellent.
So the funny thing is, we got 2 guys here. Both these fellow players have topped the world. Ken
This is
topped
my deck.
world
Let's
in
look at this super fast.
2016. He took 5th, and then Steven topped world last year.
I want to put this. I keep trying to do things. Keep failing to.
Welcome, ManCat90 to Ruler School. Technically, Jeremy wants to say grab your, what was it again?
Grab your syllabus and head off to class.
Yes, that's what he wants to say.
ManCat needs to head off to actually
can.
go to locals class.
6th place got one in.
ManCat's a Minnesota guy. No, he's good people.
Oh, long time. Are you sure?
So I gotta talk. I would say things that I'm not supposed to.
Ninth place?
Okay.
What was I looking for? I was opening this up to be able to go and grab a card that I was like, that's a
get, like,
card. I
sorted,
don't know.
right?
It's fine. Makage's Hydra. That's probably a card we're discussing. That looks pretty.
He is right there, MC17.
That's a lot of.
The glory days when it's
This
inbound.
Did it?
This
Yeah,
all the
guy,
good
this
players.
guy gives so many weird play lines because the Rizard deck that Ken's playing doesn't really rely on the graveyard. Yeah.
Oh, I do. Yep, I got it.
Do not draw any cards.
So yes, Ken's deck doesn't rely on the graveyard, so it's built on just like filling your graveyard with Death Scythe and then getting a ton of counters. Weird. Another cool play line he can do with this, he can get 4 counters on his altar and then banish it to get his Shiro from the deck and still like fellow Athenas.
Right.
Just some interesting play lines, still their own Sig, that kind of thing.
Yeah, lists have been posted there.
If he loses, you guys are both in.
Somewhere. Yeah, it's Ken Tober.
So Ken's
Split
like,
win,
if
it's awesome.
Steven
Oh, yeah.
loses, you're both in. You both
Same.
get invites.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
So,
I've shuffled all my things.
Okay.
Do you care if we do strangers like
Yes,
we did
lists have
yesterday?
been
They're
posted on the
shuffled all
main,
like a time.
uh,
Yeah,
Force
by all means.
Global
I mean,
page.
do it now, and then I won't mess with them again.
Charlie DeMule has posted them, so if you go there, just type in Charlie DeMule.
So there's like
Mule,
all
you
the
can
dark
find
wizards
it.
like on
Yeah,
top again.
should be
Okay,
there
that's up to you.
somewhere.
Yes, that is Ken, Zeke.
Do you want to go in?
Yeah. Okay.
The man, the myth, the legend, Ken Tober.
It is. Alright. Okay, so
Is it all good now?
Yes.
So high seed, who was higher seed? Was it Steven or Ken? Ken was
You look
second.
at
So
yeah, they didn't change
Ken is second seed, Steven is 4th seed. So Ken will probably decide. He'll probably take the coin.
There it is.
You have 3 minutes to mail your deck list.
So click there, that should be able to change it. Yep.
It's identical to Jalen, right?
Yeah, card for card.
Okay.
Make it easy on you.
yeah, so Hulshrizer gets the
Yeah,
choice.
better handwriting than he
7th
does.
seed.
Thank you.
He was second seed. I can't think. Implying that I use my brain, Vatland.
We play card games. None of us use our brains. We just
That's-
we turn things sideways.
Why do you think I played Melgus all day yesterday?
We channel our inner Kidder and Lucas. We turn it sideways.
If you have questions, I'll answer anything.
You're fine.
Being
think I know what all
Kieran
these cards
Lucas
do.
is my usual day.
Is this the 4-drop, Arthur?
Yes.
Alright.
Who are you bringing that in against, you lunatic?
Arlo.
Hulshrizer's looking
Kill
at the deck
cards.
list and probably going, what on
Oh, they don't get
earth
to resolve.
is-"
They're like,
Or actually, Tober might be looking at it.
Tober-
They're like, what is Arthur?
It never came up.
Tedworth
I'm
right
sure.
now?
It was a
That's what we all said. The same
Probably.
thing when
I
we
mean-
saw it.
And I was like, I remember that
I'll be
card. I
honest, the
played
entire
it in
sideboard.
Q once or twice.
You just
I just remember being played in Griffin
Game of
a
Dreams
lot.
is like an unplayable card.
I don't even
Right.
remember
Kinda,
that. I
right.
don't
It
remember
comes against
anybody
Arlo
playing
'cause they
it.
just make
But
boards
I
and
was
they don't
playing
have counterspells for
different
them. It's like-
foxes, I guess. I was playing.
They make boards.
Oh, you
but, like,
brought, you
Ray
brought it already?
cluster.
You made a bunch of dudes?
they're never gonna
That's-
Godsart like main
phone
phase.
is
They're gonna do it at the end of your turn and kill
Rest
you.
in
A lot
peace,
of people
phone.
do it.
Yes.
Jesus
Just throw it over there.
Wow. This is why you're sitting here and they're sitting there.
Eat that someone across the room.
Can tick the Energize. Logical. All right.
Yeah,
so-
because it gives them a turn 1 Freaka play or a Death Scythe.
Yeah, or turn 1 Death Scythe. One or the other.
Yeah, I think these two originally played
somebody lost
in
their
Swiss I think,
EVGX.
last round. Yeah, last round these two played, and Ken was able to win.
Yeah. Ken won that match in Swiss. So maybe the knowledge will help Hulshrizer to be able to find victory.
Maybe. They are both very skilled players. So
Yep.
So Steven has a Moan and an Athena. Ken has Athena, Power, Cat. It looks like 2 Makage Reyes. So I think he's going to pitch he's going to go ahead and pitch the Sig to the bottom, and he's probably going to keep those 4.
I'm gonna do one.
Yeah.
Do 3.
The play line I see Ken's going to do here, so if he's going to do it, he's probably going to ramp out Griffin. Maybe ramp out Griffin sometime.
Yeah.
You may begin.
Ramp
Business,
something
sir.
out. Could be Sigurd as well to get cards and stuff.
Yeah, because we know Steven does the Athena play line, which
Yeah.
is good, which is pretty annoying against
Yeah.
the Rizard decks because they don't have a lot of will.
Very much so. Yeah. I don't know why I'm messing with that.
Go ahead.
I worry no one can hear me because I've done these before. No one's ever been able to hear me.
I hear you perfectly fine.
Okay, I'll take that. That's a black silence on both sides of the board. It's a Makage Rhea, probably before untaps.
Yep.
Or possibly at the end of turn.
I feel like they're going to have the same play lines too. So
Some of the play lines are going to be reasonably similar. All right.
Powerful play.
He just went ahead and did it.
he
Mad
is
lad.
he is not even scared.
No fear. Zero fear. Here's a Sigurd.
There's a Sigurd, and Kent's probably going to do the same thing at the end of his turn.
Probably.
Yep.
He's going to cast, he's going to go ahead and reanimate Sigurd this turn probably. Or he'll just look his hand. Look of Corruption doesn't really do anything against these versions of these decks. Unless you kind of want cards in graveyard. And it's more of a card you side out. It's there just for the control matchups.
Yeah.
So that feels fine. It forces him to, he can go ahead and like get his Morning Angel.
Goes and gets the altar. Yeah. Yeah, I suppose this does set up him being able to get the Morning Angel. He has Morning Angel in the main Holshizer, right?
Yeah, he has one. I believe he has one, so does Ken too. They both have the Morning Angel with one-ups. They kind of have the same play lines here. Ken, it stops Ken really from flashing in his Rhea to go ahead and get his Sig because he'll just use his Morning Angel.
Yep.
I think he's just going to bait it out anyways, which seems fine. Yeah, that seems fine because he's going to force him to sack here to maybe get Morning Angel. But I don't think he might not do that too because then it puts him at a weird position to where he can just Calico Cat and put it on the bottom.
Sure. Recover. Call Stone.
Yep.
Calls the Stone.
Nah, that's whatever. I hit the first one at least.
I think.
Yeah.
So here Kim would probably play the Calico Cat.
It's reasonably logical. I guess I kind of expected that if he was going to go get the Morning Angel, that looks like a tactical thing. Just realized.
So if Steven gets the Morning Angel, it puts him kind of at a weird position to where he does this stuff. It puts a 4/4 body. He loses an altar, loses his Sig, and then Ken can go ahead and just play his cat and stop him for his entire turn the following turn.
Right. Yeah, probably playing the cat first is relevant because it changes the lines that he'll take for it. And he'll just cast Sigurd.
I don't know why not. I don't know what I'm supposed to do instead.
He gets his own sacrificial altar.
One good play deserves another good play, right?
I suppose.
Just gotta follow each other along here.
I thought you were going to have some things to say about mine, but...
Who doesn't love a good altar?
Yeah.
I love a good altar. Altars. Altar. Okay.
I'll get my life points back. Thank you.
4/40.
Oh man.
So
Back to 40-40.
Go ahead.
I'm just like, I'm just going to leave it, not going to change anything.
Right. It's one of those things where it kind of feels like that because neither of these decks win by like incremental amounts of damage.
Just small poke damage, really.
You put your opponents into a locked position and do not allow them to get out of it.
It's a lot harder for the Rizard deck, though, because he's not maining the Loki, so you can't really just like lock his board constantly.
That's true.
Opinion?
Yeah.
I think I'm going to respond.
Okay.
So now he's in a weird position to where
Yeah, on the
Pulse
stack.
Viking can just like go off.
Yeah. Holshizer has the Athenia sign. Can't get Lauren.
Which Laura was a card, right?
Which player was a card?
They reprint that card next second. Can you believe that? They did that? That and Severing Wind. Oh boy.
This is what I ended up at is talking about putting Laura in the format.
No,
He plays a Rhea while his opponent's untapped. Or while his opponent's tapped. Interesting.
Sure.
Get off of this.
I mean, you can have like a Death Scythe.
Enters on the chase.
But yeah, I think he's going to.
He can grab the Death Scythe and put it in there and then banish all of his stuff. To put 3 counters on his altar. Put the Death Scythe back in his hand. I guess he could get an Athenia right now.
That feels fine. I mean, he'll get Athena on top of his 2 stones, leaves 2 stones open. Doesn't really have any other play lines because he's not a quick cast deck.
Right.
So he sacks all 3.
Okay.
Grab Athena, recover 3 stones.
With various effects on the chase.
Yep.
Yep, and then he's going, and then, oh, no, Kaguya. Oh, I forgot he has the Kaguya play line.
He has a 1 with Kaguya.
Yeah,
in
he
his
does have the
reserve deck?
Kaguya. Yep, he plays the one for blowouts like this.
Yeah, okay.
I actually forgot about the Kaguya he had in his deck. So it's just a 1 of. So now Steven's just pretty much, his turn's over. He doesn't have enough to sack to get his, to get anything really going this turn.
Yeah, no.
You said the inner effect was on the chase.
No.
Yeah, you did.
No, I did not.
Yeah, you did.
No, I did not.
Yeah.
Judge.
The Athena is on the chase.
Athena's on the chase?
So the
Absolutely.
inner effect still goes off, right?
Where do you guys have inner effect on the chase?
Absolutely not.
Oh, now they're discussing to what was going on.
Yeah.
Oh, geez, it sounds
It
like...
was happening in response to Athena on cast.
Yeah.
Resolution.
Sure.
That's a thing that occurred.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of miscommunication right there that would happen.
Probably a little bit.
But Charlie's over there, I think, yeah, so he was able to clarify kind of
Yeah.
what happened and stuff.
Sure. Yeah, everything's being clarified on that side. But so now, the question I guess becomes what?
Combat. 8.
32.
Well, we're getting damage. Oh man.
Turn the
20
thing sideways.
28.
And they'll gain 4.
44.
Yep.
Say pass.
Look at that. He's at 28 already. However, will he survive?
Sure. Cover.
Turn 3. Already dealt 12 damage.
It doesn't feel fast enough. I think Dex, you should only be at like 16.
Yeah. Good point. Good point.
Now he's contemplating if he wants to judge and stuff.
I mean, he needs another mana to judge.
So here, I think he's
Unless
trying...
he has Death Scythe.
Yeah. Well, he can reanimate Death Scythe from graveyard.
Oh, yeah.
So now he's going to force him to sack those.
Yeah.
I don't think judging would be the right play here for Ken. Maybe just calling a stone and passing for the right one.
Aggressively judging isn't terrible. He can
Stop.
do some stuff, but yeah, I agree.
So here... He does have the one for like a Morning Angel tech, so if he does that stuff, yeah, Cat's fine.
Shoot right now.
Okay. Yeah, Cat's pretty decent here. There's a Sigurd still on the board. We'll probably start doing silly loops next turn.
How many in hand?
How many Cardcaptors powers is
Alright.
Ken on?
Steven playing?
I think 2.
That sounds right.
Yeah, he's playing 2, and I think Ken is on... Yeah, True Power, Steven's on 2, and then Ken is on what? 2?
Something like that, yeah.
Yep.
Sounds right.
Slowly. He's on 3. Ken's got 3.
Okay.
Ken will cast a Sigurd.
So-
Get an altar. Cast a Sigurd, get an
Get
altar.
altar. Seems
Get an
fine.
altar, cast a Sigurd.
So he can get this play line here, but the problem is if he does all these 2 to try to get Athena this turn again, he can sack Morning Angel response, hit Sigurd.
Yeah.
So I think Ken would
Go ahead.
probably just pass.
Or he gets
He could. He could get Makage, I'm sure.
It would do
I've
nothing,
Seen it,
so-
I've seen it happen.
Yeah, it would do nothing though, so
I think we do it like in response to something coming in, like when using an altar.
exactly, because there's the altar play, so it accomplishes nothing but putting a 12/12 on the board and leaving your deck. Okay.
Opinion?
I'll do it again.
Athena. He's like, oh, I got a second card behind the
Penny
deck.
on the stack.
Yep.
The spell. Regrowth side.
To go ahead and put the Death Scythe back in his hand
Yeah,
in
sure, fine.
response to the Athena, it looks like.
Yep.
Response to the Athena.
Or she's on
I'm,
base?
I'm thinking. Just a second. She resolves. That's fine.
Effect.
Gets the untap. Now, let's see what else he can do. His opponent has the ability to fetch a 3-drop, 4-drop even if he wanted to.
So I think here he would sack. He's gonna look, which is good, but it doesn't really hurt the Rizard decks as much because they kind of don't they don't care about that hand as much. They're usually a graveyard and like altar based deck.
That's true, but there are cards that you can use there to try to figure out one, what is my opponent working with, and two, you know, what can I get out of it. So we've got Part of True Power, Death Scythe, Altar, Warning Angel?
Yep.
Warning Angel.
And a Percival.
And a Rhea. Not a ton of enormous relevancy.
Yeah, I mean here he'd probably hit the Death Scythe again.
Could hit the Death Scythe, could hit the Warning Angel, I suppose.
It's kind of hard. There's a lot of good targets on that hand.
Right.
Get the Rhea.
The Rhea, okay.
Mancat 90, it's because Steven plays Layla to get the basic stones from his deck.
Yeah, Steven's still playing Layla, so it allows him to get some incidental mana.
Yeah, 5 plus 1 to my stick. Okay. Yep.
No, Mike grants Layla's not a good card.
It is not.
It really is a good card. I just need to tell Mike that he's has bad reading sometimes.
Yeah.
Combat. Swing it.
Oh man, the beatdown commences. Would you like to trade
I think he would just.
my Sigurd for your Sigurd?
It seems fine.
Response.
Because he's entering and then he's gonna power
mentality?
that.
Oh, he powers his Sigurd.
Sure.
Oh yes.
And after that,
They both die. Both die. Sig hits grave. You Calico
I'm
Cat.
gonna moan sack it, kill the cat.
He's gonna moan the Calico Cat. Oh, he's gonna cast Moan, banishing the powered Sigurd.
To hit the
Kill the
Calico
mana
Cat. That's an interesting play line.
And
So
he's
this
got
is in the
one on
art.
his altar, so
Cat's
that he
targeted.
can banish the altar to go and get a Dark Alice in response to that.
I'm going to put Sigurd on the bottom of your deck.
See it on bottom margin.
So, I see what he did there. So, because of Moan is a cost, he banished Sigurd, so
Spawn,
he
second
cost,
altar.
so it hits grave. So that's what he did. Okay.
But now he can banish that for Dark Alice
Yep.
and protect his graveyard from it.
So here Ken could sack all his board again, get Makagashiro, grab Athena to exile grave. But is it worth it? It might be.
What do you
It'll
hint?
slow down the entire play turn.
Yeah. Moan on your own, Moan just like incidentally getting rid of like one hate piece and doing a thing.
Also
Seems
second
like
hit.
about the best value you're going to get from Moan. Yes,
Yeah.
this is for first place. Yeah, but he goes and grabs Dark Alice. Logical.
I'm going to respond to her enters.
Okay.
Cat's altar.
Grabs Dark Alice.
Kitten to altar.
Yep.
Banishes Calico Cat.
Altar.
to
For
the
2.
altar, looks like. He'll get a 1-drop. Gets his Dark Alice.
He'll get a
He
Far
banishes
Echo.
the token to get a Far Echo.
Which, that's actually really good, because he has a big hand. Now he can start picking apart certain play cards that Steven has.
Yeah, so you can do things like pick apart the Dark Alice.
The Dark Alice.
Yes.
And, his Calico Cat effect has not resolved yet, so it's still in the chase.
It's still in the chase, so you get to kill the Dark Alice in response.
This came into play this turn, right? You have no more attacks?
Yeah, this came in place.
Okay. I'm trying to be rid of Sigurd. I am going to discard some cards.
Okay.
Figuring out what he can discard from his
He's going
hand
to discard,
without
I think
crippling
he's
himself.
going to discard True Power and then Death Sight. That's what I think.
1.
And discard his
Okay.
altar.
Yeah.
Resolves -4, and then 2. Here, I don't think that's relevant, but yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
So you
Save the
got
Death Sights that are grown, it just saves it for next turn.
Side, Percival.
It's got 2 against it. So
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what is all.
Go on.
Yeah.
So he didn't sack the 6 because he
This
still
one's
has the
resolved,
2
correct?
stones up.
Yeah,
too,
the first
so-
one was
That's fine.
So Steven probably looking
Green
to
for
figure out
buff, getting big.
He's getting swole.
Trying to get Dark Alice to survive.
Yeah. Try to protect this Dark Owl as best as possible.
I mean, he could cast Athena's Love.
We'll cast
Right here?
Athena's Love.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so it forces
Gives an
him to
Eternal?
discard another
Yeah,
card.
and you banish Reissmann.
Are those
Person
modes
discard-
chosen when he casts it or on resolution?
Modals are chosen on cast.
Okay, so he'll have both even if I killed this in response.
Yeah, we'll
Okay.
require him to discard yet another card. And that's a good way for Steven to
get
try
Death
to,
Scythe.
to not just get Death Scythe, but to try to drain cards
Yeah, I'll
out
respond.
of
Make that again.
out of Ken's hand.
But now, so he has the green. He could
And the buff target is
could attempt to remove, but he
Yeah,
could still get Death
here
Scythe
again,
back
that's
too.
fine.
So
Well, if that results. I actually don't have to
And
buff. I can
here-
discard to just neg, but
oh, you could, yeah.
I didn't.
That is correct.
But yeah.
Yeah. I think Ken realizing he made a little bit of a misplay, he could have discarded the Death Scythe and just looped it to do so to kill Dark Owls.
But the problem is though that he has the 1 green open, so whenever you try to, you didn't have exactly enough cards here, so he can't really loop it back now, because his only other card is Percival in hand.
And
So he could to be able to get it back.
Death Scythe back.
So he's doing it.
This is a very big fight over
Guess
the
we're all getting
Dark
removed, so
Owls,
it's kind of
because
irrelevant. Alright, so
irrelevant.
Death
It's a
Scythe
very,
to
it's a
hand.
very big turn because you're turning off the
Grave
Sig
removed.
combo this turn.
Last neg results here.
Yep.
You draw, discard, draw, discard.
Drop.
This is still all
Oh,
during
Banished
response to the
Reissmann. We
Calico
missed that.
activation.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is all in response to the
Actually, you're tapped out. I'm not going to do that one. I'm gonna do this one.
moan of the dead.
And then your Sigurd goes on the bottom. Say it again?
Calico cast.
Calico, yeah, Sigurd to the bottom.
Yep.
It's a very long chain.
Kiss your graveyard now.
Yep. Go for it.
It's not funny! What fun gameplay.
Okay. So that's a bunch of stuff that
We'll stay
happened.
fast.
That was all to resolve the Dark Alice.
Yep.
It's a long chain of cards.
Draw.
What do we think about the first
That's
place?
so
What do we think about
cute.
Frisia? I think that card is actually logically that card is nuts. That card is bonkers for a 2-drop.
Powerful and
It's
near
a-
meta defining.
It is a very meta. It just does so much for so little. If you're playing it in a Rizar deck, that card is very good. It's near impossible to kill. It just makes awkward trades.
Oh, I was sitting here trying to figure out what the last
that does
mana
work
was
kind
used
of,
for,
actually,
and
for
I
that.
think that Steven removed Ken's grave.
Yeah, he exiled the grave.
That makes the most sense.
Yeah, so Steven's down to 3 cards now in his hand, and Ken's at 3. So he's gonna play Percival, try to grab it, try to grab Death Scythe or some other cards off the top. If not, he still has Death Scythe in hand, so he would probably just judge his turn, see what he grabs. Death Scythe, yep. And then he's like, pray I hope I hit a
any
Makade and
order?
hit the Athena.
I will choose that.
Yeah. I mean, you can
This
reanimate
is gonna get
Sigurd,
shuffled
but
a million more
that's not
times
like
between
the
now and then,
worst
but
case scenario.
Yeah, but you can also do that with your Death Scythe. So you can just play Death Scythe, reanimate it.
You would rather reanimate something else, but
Yep.
play this scythe.
Yep.
My modes are going to be Judge for
I'll
free,
roll 2 strangers off of it.
and we each
Mill
banish
2, I
Resonator.
think. Oh, it's different. Banish is
Banish.
banish. It gets rid of the Athena though. It's not bad.
Yeah.
So it gets rid of the Percival, which is fine.
Trigger?
Trigger.
Let's see what he rips. What is there? There's a cat, a double Death
Interesting.
Scythe, and a Dank Alice.
Yeah. there's
I would.
Dank You can also just res the Percival.
I could. I think maybe
How do
resing
you
the
like
Dark Alice would be
that?
good. But what's in Steven's graveyard again?
Yeah. Look
Remember,
at
it's
this
a
old
dark.
gal.
It's a Dark Alice. Yeah,
Trigger?
Dark Alice is the right play. Keeps his grave safe. Draws 2 cards.
Yeah. Then he can play the Sigurd out of his graveyard with the Death Scythe.
And then, yep.
Do something. Something.
Does something. Yeah.
I'm in hand right now.
Alright.
3.
Yeah, the Local Corruption in hand.
He's just gonna pitch it.
Trigger.
Yeah, that
Or
makes complete sense.
whatever. Continue to do the thing.
Morning Age doesn't do anything now. He just pitch that card actually. Makes sense.
Yeah.
Leaves him with a Death Scythe, Altar, and a
Swing
Faraka
6.
in hand.
Yep.
No block,
Going-
6/6.
Swinging with the Faraka.
38.
Faraka's gonna do work.
Oh, that damn. Yeah,
Sounds
38, sorry. Swing 7?
31.
7 more.
I want to put this on here. This is a note. This is the vampire.
Correct. Sure.
So they took 11.
guess-
So
yeah,
they
use
could
one of
be
the
at
kids.
33.
Looks kind of vampirish, right?
Right?
They had. He took 7 plus.
Oh, sorry, I'm thinking 4. Yeah.
Go
So
ahead.
you took 13. Correct, yeah. So he didn't res the Sigurd play, so he leaves his God's Art ready, which is interesting.
Yeah, that's true.
That sounds a lot better, because now whatever he plays, he can just God's Art and shoot for 6 and 14.
He doesn't. Lars would go for those.
Lars says OTK because you can just make your freak a huge and just ditch basically a ton of death sites. Which is
Imitation?
correct. He probably could have
4
done
left
that,
to get it.
but
Oh, no, this
then
one.
No,
Okay,
yeah,
yep.
that's going
he could have done it.
Sure.
I don't know if he had enough loops.
7. He had 7 cards plus the 3, so that's 7. That's 10.
He
So
has his
that's
4th Death Scythe in his hand.
yeah. So that's he could have done it 10 cards. He could have done it 3 times. That's plus 12. That would have been. That would still wouldn't have been enough.
Oh, yeah.
Those are mine.
Yeah.
Okay, there.
Well, it would have been 12. That's 18 plus 7. That's 25 plus 4. That's 29. So it wouldn't be enough.
Yeah, he would have been 2 off of lethal.
Yeah. No, Steven was at 44 still, so he wouldn't be able to kill him.
Words are hard.
Yeah.
I'm gonna cast Invitation to Purgatory.
I worked so hard to get rid of that guy.
Yeah, I know.
Cast Invitation for Sig.
Yeah. He's in there, yep.
Effect.
Uses their mana to cast Sig. Here's a sack altar.
Yep.
Now it's to see.
So he
what
has
can
1
do.
floating red will too off
He
of
has
this.
a big graveyard. Reasonably big graveyard. I'm counting 10, maybe 11 cards. So I think that if I'm to guess, although it probably tries to set up in some way,
Like a
shape,
perfect
or
Loki play.
Shit, what do you have left?
try to clean up this board.
You can't just ask him. He's like, crap. What do you have
I
left?
don't remember. I gotta think.
Steven's like, I'm not telling you.
Yeah. What does he have left? Let's
Sailing,
take
he has a Sailing
Okay,
Scroll
this one's
and he
first.
has a Freed from Altar.
Well, I just asked him if he was playing.
Fruit from the altar.
Don't let me win this fucking event.
But instead, he needs to currently use whatever mana he has to
Well, no, not that way.
3 to start
that way.
Mania. Do silly shenanigans.
Yeah.
Cat.
You got it.
Calico Cat, that helps a lot.
A lot of bodies.
Hellcat is really good.
Quite silly.
A lot of bodies.
What about this?
He has a Blackstone for all intents and purposes.
Yeah. So he has 3 sack targets here. Steven probably has at least 11 cards in grave or more. He could sack to altar to get the Loki.
Sack altar?
Yeah.
Sack token altar?
Yeah, so Ken's response would be here with,
Sack altar?
it's not really a response.
It's Athenia time!
He could pump. He's going for Athenia, which isn't bad. He gets 4 stones still. Gets
No,
Sig
he
again.
needs to like loop some stuff to make sure he gets a big enough perfect
Yeah,
Loki.
to be able to clear
Current
most of
perfect
it.
Loki, he needs it to be at least, I want to say 14 or 16.
May
So
May
14 would kill the
respond to
Rizard,
the answers. Give me
but the
just a
problem with
second.
Faraka that he can just be able
Money
to
in hand?
fuel and make most of his guys survive.
Yeah, but if you can make, so you have to look at his hand and his graveyard and say how big could you theoretically make that Faraka? And do I
So Faraka
care?
can be 18 from what I counted. She becomes
if
at
you
18.
get to 18, and
She
is that
can, well,
including
no,
the graveyard, or-
Fine, go ahead.
that's including the graveyard in hand, and then with the God's Art, it becomes a 22.
Okay, so if you can get a perfect Loki up to 22, you can wipe this board.
That's a really big grave. You need 22 cards, and I think he has half that so
Cast Sigurd?
far.
Yep.
Yeah, there are also other ways to do it. You can double up perfect Loki in some ways. So
Yeah.
in any case, cast it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Excellent.
And Large is saying he should have just went for the Death Scythe cycling and not gone for Judge.
I don't know if he would have had enough damage still, but
He still
I've not
wouldn't have
done
been
the
able
math
to.
that Mars has. So. In any case,
So here, Ken should respond to the altar. So Ken should respond to the altar play here, and basically
90 minutes.
90 minutes total. So Ken should right here, he should have responded to the altar play before altar hits play. He should have killed
Okay.
the Athena, And he should have killed
assumed we were going back in pretty soon,
Sigurd,
but
which
sure.
would have sealed the game.
Hard to say, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
See you guys later.
See you. Take it easy, man.
Because he has clearly enough to answer everything.
Yep.
Yeah, that would have been probably what I would
recast?
try to do is try to ping everything like that.
Yeah.
And there
that's
wasn't an altar on the board, because now that there's an altar on the board, you don't get any value.
fine. Yeah.
The other thing, though, is that if he does, like, there's also the point at which you want to make
I'm
your...
gonna think for just a second in response to that effect.
But Lars, so Steven was at 4,400
Kinda wish I'd
before
done it
this,
before,
so
but oh well.
he wasn't able. He didn't have enough to just OTK him that
He's
turn.
talking about making it so that the Pharisia dies, and there is 2 green cards in hand. And then you
That's
get
fine.
4
That's
from
plus an
God
8.
Art
Draw this
and
card?
2
Yep.
Death Scythe triggers. So 4, 6, 8.
Get rid of an altar.
Yeah.
4, 6, 8.
4, 8,
Yeah,
12,
I know.
16, 20. 6.
So she becomes a 10.
And that's if you go all in on it. I don't know if you do go all in on it. And now it's also being thrown out of the... because he went and snatched a Sephiroth off of the Sigurd. So he gets the positive mana. He's going to banish.
Make black.
Banish the Sephiroth.
Mark.
Cast March of the Dead to go get Sigurd.
Effect.
Gets Sigurd. He goes and gets either a Sephiroth or either a Sephiroth or an altar. I think both have a reasonable amount of...
I wish I remember if he had 3 altars or 4.
Sephiroth can discard cards.
I think it's 3. I think you're going into the tree here, which means
Yes, it's still game
nothing.
one.
So I
It's still
discard to get rid of Athena. You still can trigger
There
the
are
draw,
90
which I don't
minutes
care
in
about. So yeah,
finals
go ahead.
as
Do what you're
well,
gonna do.
so like, I'll have to reset the timer because I don't know
Yeah.
how to do any of this. So
So they got 90 minutes. So
they got 9 minutes, so they'll have another.
they only
30
been
minutes
on
after
playing
this
for
time.
20 minutes. Yeah, they've only been playing for 20 minutes, so they have another 70 minutes to play.
Yeah, something like that. I'll make sure to get time checks once it gets closer to that point. Alright. Sephiroth makes
Draw this card?
discard another card and lets Steven draw another
Yep.
card.
Have to think for a second. Yeah, that's fine.
Discards the Death Scythe. Okay. Really, I am curious why he hasn't gone for this God Art. There were sequences where he could have broken the loop with the God Art.
Yeah, he could have done it before the altar came into play.
Yeah.
And I think that would have been the
Response to the
opportune
Enter
play line.
Do it, yeah.
Well, not even that. You just pitch 2 cards to kill the Sig.
You can do that too.
Or just God's Art. It's the same thing.
Or just pay the 2 for God's Art that you're not really using for anything else.
Well, yeah, you would have just shot both those targets. You would have lost both of them. They would have came into play. That altar with no resonators, and then whenever he casts Sig, like he's only getting. He could have done it a total of 2 times, which is still perfect Logan.
Make black spin the right.
Okay. That's number 4?
Yeah, number 4.
Okay. Altar's in.
Alright. Got another sack altar. Love it. Or played another sack altar? I think he just hard cast
He
it.
hard cast the sack altar.
Yeah.
So here, I mean, he could sack for Athena.
That is something.
I don't mind hard casting. I don't mind sacking for Athena. You're just kind of trying to set up a little bit of a Sephiroth loop to try to put your opponent to 0 cards in hand, because then you're a whole lot less scared of everything, and then you can make a probably.
So
big
the only play line I see there is if he sacks 2, his altar sacks it, then he only has 1 card. He gets Athena, recovers 3, and then you let the resolve. Athena comes into play. Everything's tapped. Then you shoot both
That draw was
Athenas.
horrible.
Recovers 3, and then he doesn't have
Real-
enough to get perfect Loki. Well, he has
real
perfect
bad.
Loki in hand. And he does. He did hit his Dark Depths, but I don't think he can get big enough to clear the board still.
What gets...
I'm gonna need you to extend game state.
Yeah.
Because Steven drew his only perfect Loki, and it's in his hand.
Yeah.
Okay. This requires some more thinking as to how to get to that point.
Recover?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
We saw that. They only let play Lonnie. Yeah, I saw it. The other play line is he sacks and gets the Athena, recovers stones.
Yeah.
But then, yeah.
Just has to set up a big enough perfect Loki to get.
Well, here so Loki, I don't know how many cards he has in grave. So
I passed the turn. Okay.
yeah, I just don't know how many cards. So it's Ken's turn. So I just don't know how many cards he has in grave to where he might do that. But I don't know. He couldn't clear his board because he has Harika, and he can probably make everything big enough. Sorry, Mr. Caltino is yawning. I didn't want you guys to hear.
Okay. All right.
Percival? Percival.
Percival's interesting too, because he can also just pump to make everything else good with 2 counters on Harika. There's a Mikage Shiro. Does he want to grab Rhea, Shiro, or Percival?
So
I don't
Percival
think he can grab Sage. I
Mikage?
don't think it has.
It has
I'm-
flying. It has
right,
flying.
right.
Rhea, I have 4 choices.
But I think he would just want to grab. He does have True Power. No, True Power's gone now. He would probably grab Rhea.
Probably grab Rhea.
Do you want to keep the Shiro in the deck just in case you get another altar? You can just auto search for it at instant speed and play it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because his deck's built on a lot of small guys just going wide and then just having like instant speed Shiro into play to make weird awkward trades and stuff.
So I think there's a universe where he like tries to get maybe Furcia to attack, and then get the perfect Loki set up because he could go banish Sigurd to the 2-point altar, get an Athenia, tap my stones, cast perfect Loki in response to
Yeah,
anything
look at the
behind
He grabbed it. He grabbed-
graveyard. You can get Dark Alice.
Yep, he did grab the Shiro because it's a green black card. It can also pump and make something.
Yep. Okay.
So here, I just wonder how many cards Steven has in his grave. There's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think I counted 9 or 8.
Yeah.
So he can get up to 11 or 11.
Swing for 10.
Yeah, 11 or 12. No, he can get up to 12 or 13. Like, literally, I think Steven would have to try to go for some of these plays. So he would
He's gonna
respond.
block the Rezard with the Bane.
I think he's going to use the he's going to discard the Negate and kill it.
Shrink pump.
Oh,
He's going to use Farika to kill it so the 10 goes through.
Back to...
banishes this to altar. Banishes it to that altar?
He's banishing.
Because if he banishes to altar, he can do the perfect Loki before the pump sap.
Yeah, that's the only other play line I see here. So he didn't put that. He wanted to have one counter there. He's wanted so the Athena can go to there to make replace itself for another Athena to recover 3 stones.
Yeah.
And then he has the one counter there to be able to do other stuff too if he needs to.
Just let them damage.
Swing 7.
Yep. So he just took the 10. And he can just do the same thing here with Kaguya too, just like reanimate Death Scythe,
Yeah.
make pump plus 8,
A, what,
15.
8, 16.
14 right now.
So yeah, so Steven's not looking in a good spot. Ken basically has this. And Lars is he could have sacked both altars, sacked both his altars.
Block.
Okay. That's possible, but the problem is that the perfect Loki's in hand.
Yeah,
That's
Lars.
what might be throwing the math off.
Yeah. Perfect Loki's in his hand.
So he does have to actually pay real mana for it.
Yeah. The only play line is just sack Athena, alter Rudy 3 stones, and play it.
So Hulshrizer blocks the Kaguya coming in. And then Ken just lets it happen. It's fine.
2 for Mrs. Alice.
You for 2?
Damage.
Me for 2?
Yep.
So let's go through. Unless Ken pumps it for some reason, which I don't think he will.
Sure, the 19.
I don't think you can. That puts counters on flyers.
No, you can pump any resonator you control.
Does?
It doesn't put counters. Yep, you can pump any resonator you control. And you can
Oh,
neg-
Pharisia.
Yeah, Pharisia. Yeah.
Not even personal.
No, sorry. Yeah, Pharisia pumps anything. Pumps and
Yeah,
negs
she does.
anything.
Swing at you for 14. Yeah.
Sack altar?
Sure.
And now he's going to have to do the
me
pull
think.
play line.
You're altering for 2 right now.
Multi for 2.
Sacked all for 2.
16.
Sig? Oh, he can't. You can't block. Like I don't. I'm trying to think what other 2-drops he plays in his deck. It does something right now.
Loki's an enters
Hold on.
trigger, right? Like I'll be able to
I'm
respond
not sure either.
to the enters. Yeah, and it only gets butts, right?
Yes, it gets butts.
He can get his own Pharisia?
I guess he can get his own Pharisia.
17,
Yeah,
18.
I mean that he might just do that.
Just to stay alive for
Yeah,
a turn?
Yeah, he might just do that.
Search for your 2.
Yeah, he's grabbing his own Pharisia to blocks to survive. Pharisia on bottom. Yep.
It's a mighty one.
Yeah.
It's a mighty one.
I can count. I see the lethal.
Yeah. I always forget that Loki always gets butts. Actually, I didn't realize it was lethal until right there. Okay.
Block.
Okay, blocks. You could give it Drain.
How many in hand?
3.
I don't know if that's relevant, but you could.
Not really. I mean, Ken has Sigurd in his grave still. So this,
get rid of
like, all this
these.
goes through, then he can reanimate Sigurd to get some more stones. And then he gets
Block
sacked
is
to
good.
get his Athenia, and then Perfect Loki doesn't do anything. But then he has the one for his Dark Alice is now gone, right? Because he only plays the one in his deck. So yeah, so his Dark Alice is in grave. So Ken would probably just play his Sigurd, sack for Athenia.
We will respond. Damage calculation.
We don't know how many cards he has in grave though, Lars. That's what we were trying to figure out.
See, I think it would be the same,
Do neck 4
but
there.
I'm not 100% sure.
Doesn't kill.
Doesn't kill.
Doesn't
Okay.
kill yet. I mean, that's the thing here.
So you're at 17. Okay.
No cards in hand?
Not in hand.
Admittedly, my
well,
brain is not powerful enough to
hit
do
to
more
kill
than
it?
say things are happening. It's a beautiful day.
Kill the Dark Alice.
Yep, kill the Dark Alice by discarding.
Oh, so
Sigurd.
now he can sack here for Athenia.
Pumps here.
Sure.
Recover 3 stones, remove grave.
Okay. Oh yeah.
And then he has Perfect Loki.
He does, but then he has to not block. He's already declared blocks.
We'll go ahead and crack up this altar.
For 1?
Banish it for a 1-drop.
This has 1 pump right now, correct?
Yeah, it's 1 pump.
Okay.
And
2 in
another
hand.
Fiery Angel does nothing. Makagi Rhea.
He could go get Morning Angel and rip the Death Scythes out of the graveyard.
But he'll just put them back into his hand.
Yeah.
I'm sure,
Get
but
one.
then he just rips his whole graveyard in exchange.
Oh, yep.
And there's a block at
Targets.
and you got block. So
Sigurd.
I think he should have just
Makage.
got.
And
So he'll just reanimate with the Death Scythe.
Mauricio.
Okay. I'm going to remove those 3 to get a safe.
he's gone.
You want to go or anything?
What, you don't want to commentate this riveting match?
No, I am.
I'm more than happy to. I'm getting to sit here with my buddy Andrew Vatland.
I don't know if I'm talking about the match. I want to ask you another
I think
question.
sure just blocks fine. Okay.
Just blocks?
Yeah.
Okay. I can
So I
live
don't
that.
think Steven should have gone for the Morning Angel play. It just he just gets the Death Sights back and he gets more pump spells now. But then think he's hitting the Sigurd. He stops him from playing
Certainly
the
don't
Sigurd
want to
play
make
line,
this
which is
awkward
kind
on
of
myself,
annoying.
so
Let's get back to a couple death scythes.
yeah, let's go back a couple death scythes.
That's not bad.
3 death
Like,
scythes and
Just cracks those other death sites.
Easy hand to play around. Alright, your turn.
yeah, the perfect Loki now can clear the board though.
I think so, yeah. So maybe that was what he was trying to get pumps out of his hand to do so.
Yeah. Let's kill him right here.
I mean, it's like play look.
Just gonna look, take one of them. I wonder what's in his hand.
3 death sights.
Huh.
I would think here.
Glint of insight named Death Scythe? If only.
How many in hand right now?
He should have reanimated
There's 18?
that card first.
18.
Yeah. We've been a busy bee.
Yeah, for real.
Oh, he's 18 cards engraved.
18,
Yeah.
which is...
It is clearly enough to really clear the board.
Yeah. Sounds correct.
Minus plus.
Yeah. Because now when you... Now he has to, like, discard these Death Scythes before Loki is played
Minus plus.
in order to make it so
We'll respond by
that... In order to make it
removing Grave.
so that it just survives the Ploki and then he can just
Shuffle
Ploki.
cards back in my deck.
What are the cards you're targeting?
Target cards
I believe is the idea.
are-
And that way Steven has run him completely out of cards.
Yeah. That seems
Looks like Athenia, before it gets killed, is going to shuffle those altars back in the deck.
Seems that way. Problem, Ken's deck, he just plays, I think, 2 Athenias in his deck, so it's really hard for him to like have a really good graveyard answer other than one angel.
Yeah.
These 4. For 14.
I'll leave it at 14,
I trust you mostly.
which kills everything on the upkeep next turn.
And the plus is here again, right?
That's where I targeted, yes.
Okay.
I'm going to put some counters on this guy.
Okay. Yeah, grab one of those.
I'm gonna regrow scythe.
That's a weird plus. So he has 2 scythes now.
These triggers can resolve.
As a response to the Athena trigger.
Yeah.
See, and then we're back to the neg, the next neg coming
So
through.
this will be dying right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he's gonna kill the Athenia with the next egg coming in, so he's trying to give him like a responsible go.
Yeah.
How about that? Forgot. I need to put one more card back on bottom of my deck. Sorry.
Okay.
Athenia dies here, do we care?
So he put some more cards on the bottom of his deck.
Bottom.
Resolve.
Now he has
Yep.
13.
He dies.
Yep.
Steven might have missed. Well, now he's back to 14.
It gets removed. Then we go to this side. These are gone.
Those are gone. They were on Percival for some reason.
So he has 14 cards.
Yep. And then next turn he just goes casts.
So is this still Ken's turn or Steven's turn?
Get him
This is
before?
Steven's turn.
Okay.
Oh
So-
wait,
So
4 in
he
the
can,
air.
he can cast Perfect Loki for neg 14, and then he can discard the Pump
24.
Chronica to make her a 12, and then Godzillah to make her a 16. So she'll survive, but your Loki will be killed.
Farco gains 4 for...
She's a vampire. She's a vampire, yeah.
Yeah.
So she's running at 8/8, plus the discard makes her 12,
8, 8, 12.
plus 4 more is 16.
16.
So she'll survive the Noki neg, which is like 14.
There.
He's trying to think if he wants to reanimate Sig or not, which I don't think he should. And then he can just response and kill the Perfect Loki with Rizard, Faraka,
Yeah.
clear your board. Faraka's a very good card, by the way, guys.
It's very good.
Playing in a green-black deck before that card.
So...
God, why is this so difficult?
I guess you can do that
Because
play.
you've got to put
and
Athenia on the bottom.
hope that
Yeah.
That's why.
October
I don't think the
doesn't
one
draw
mana
a green
really.
card.
I think it does. I don't know. It depends on your hand, but
Not
Because then you live at
So
1
the
and
problem-
get to...
Sorry, what were you saying, Cal?
Because then you live at 1, if my math is right as to what Steven's life total is.
Yeah, I see here though. He would have been at 15 cards, and so Ken would have responded to the enter effect. He would have done all that stuff. He would have shot both the guards. So it should be 14.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, eh?
15. Doesn't change much.
No, I think you would have to respond to the enter after the enter effect resolves. Then you Godzilla pump your board so nothing hits graveyard before enter effect checks.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's relevant.
Because you would put both of them in the graveyard and then they effect a check and they would make.
Yeah,
more.
so you can't discard and kill. You can't. This is a little bit of a pickle Ken's in here because if he Godzards in response to the enter trigger, and then the enter trigger is big enough to kill everything on the board.
So he has to let the enter effect come in. Enter effect resolves, but then you have a response window after it resolves to pump, right?
No.
No.
Enter ability resolves, everything on your board gets negative O's and negative X, and then it'll all die to state-based actions before you can do anything.
Makes sense.
So far, he can't like.
He gets a passive.
He can kill this stuff easily, but
So this deck
if
just has
he
a
kills
16
it, all of his stuff dies because he can get that Faraka up to a 16.
It would still
Is that
die.
16 we thought, right?
It would be 16, yeah.
Yeah, and so now it'll die because the perfect Loki at least will die. Even if he points everything at just the perfect Loki.
The size
perfect
of the
Loki
shrink
dies,
is
goes to
determined on
16,
resolution?
Board is wiped. And I have no
So
idea if this is
here-
on his turn or whose turn this is.
So he could have just responded. He could do it before cast. Respond to casting the card, kill that, which 15 goes 16. Yeah, oh, it's the same.
Yeah, you still have to have a target resonator to shoot.
Yeah.
And either of them will still die, so at 15, it goes to 16. It's one of those things where it's like, there's no reason not to God Art.
It gets rid of 2 guides, but it clears your board in the process.
Your board has been cleared, their board has been cleared. Reset to 0, but the problem, of course, is that you now have to go cool, untap, play a death
Yeah,
site.
alright,
and
God's
cross
Art.
my fingers.
Targets here.
Yeah. The other thing that's
No,
annoying
wait
is
a
that
minute.
Steven still
One on
still
each.
has
No,
Sigurd
wait.
engraved, so
Let me think.
Yeah, and so
many times
Steven
I gotta
gets
do
the
that?
next turn
Yeah,
to
we'll
do
target
silly
you.
things.
Yeah,
I
Steven
think
has
they're just
Sigurd, yeah.
discussing through
Yeah,
this.
so
shoot him
figuring
down and
out
then I'll
the
lose all
maths. And so, yeah, he's just going to God Art, kill the perfect Loki, everything dies.
well, also
what's it
doesn't.
Draw.
He draws another Versi.
So?
He can't play it this turn because it will die, but he can play Death Sight.
Well, black, green.
Yep.
Mill 2, get one back.
Yep.
Bins up 2 Black Wizards.
What the hell?
It's like not that good.
Shuffled it, but like,
Ton of mana.
still.
Not really what you
But he gets
want
back
to,
at that.
but you get
Black.
2 for Arisia back.
So no, he
Yeah.
did perfect Loki on Steve. Steven did perfect Loki on his
Perfect
turn.
Loki on his turn.
Yeah. So now he gets double Freaka, which is actually kind of painful because you don't have any responses other than the Sig. So I think here he can.
Yeah, you really did say double black wizard, didn't you?
He does play
brutal.
3 March.
I think it happened in our Swiss game too. It's like double black wizard. Like,
He just gets that.
like, I need to touch this a
How
little
many
bit.
Athenas do we know
It's
he
my
put
own
back?
mind.
We know he put back
one in hand.
one Athena, and he has one engraved still. And then he put back 3 Death Sights, right?
It sounds right.
Get back a death side.
Yep. Go ahead.
He drew a true power off the top. I think Steven's in a stabilized position because.
Well, especially
he has
with the
Sig.
True Power.
Yeah,
Because
he
you
has
just cast
Sig.
True Power, banish the Morning Angel. Get perfect Loki.
We'll cast a Sigurd.
Also just cast a Sigurd.
I'll respond to the enters with a.
Yeah.
Response to Sigurd is going to kill the Morning Angel.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Somewhere, there's a 4 in there somewhere.
Okay. Goes and gets a Sacrificial Altar.
You cut.
Okay.
We'll play Freed.
13.
Freed from the altar to go to, I think, 13.
He goes and grabs the Athena.
Goes and fetches.
Which is good. Plays Athena.
Oh my god. I do nothing. Go ahead and cast it.
Okay. Good card. Do you think at some point you just got a part of true power and get this? You can part of true power your Sigurd. That feels nice. Okay.
I mean, he doesn't really have to. He can just put cards back in his deck and put Loki back in there and just do other things.
That's also true. You can just
part Sigurd
Loki,
into
but I think
But he's just true power to Loki, yeah.
Hey, look.
Plenty enough, right?
Yep.
Now Ken has no cards in hand. He has his top deck next turn. That's it, basically. Not, definitively, but it's more than likely going to be the case that that's all that Ken will have access to. He draws a card.
Drew an Athena.
That's not really what you want here, admittedly. You can cast that Athena.
I mean, it feels fine. Like, so it puts a weird spot on Steven now, so he can't sack at weird plays, so he has to just like
Pretty good
swing
shot there.
damage.
Yeah. Best card in my deck right there, I think.
Yeah, so now Steven can abuse his like Ultra Sig loops.
Like one like, did you
as
really
if,
deck that card? Top deck's that card like pretty good.
To a point, yeah, but he's still in a powerful position.
yeah.
Yeah, she's fine.
Yeah. He's got 5 minions.
Get your graveyard.
He's now going to try to
Back
remove
my
the
graveyard?
graveyard 80 times.
Remove graveyard.
Yep, sure, cool.
So now they're both at a weird stalemate of top decking, kind of, but Steven in his hand, I think, is a far.
What do I have left? These are real
start.
questions.
About as much as I have.
That's
I
a
need
lot
real
of cards
answers.
when they're removed from graveyard.
Yeah, that's what that reserve deck
How
does.
many more cards does Ken Toger even have in his
yeah, go
deck?
ahead.
Probably like at least, I think, 10 maybe.
Yeah.
Large is saying go to game 2, geez.
Yeah, this game 1 has taken almost 60 minutes.
Yeah.
Judgment?
Oh, yeah, you can do that?
Yeah, I could do that.
He's going to Judgment Hanzo and
that
flip a
10-10?
rune.
Yeah, 10.
Oh, he's gonna unflip.
Flip a room back? Oh, man, I'm gonna lose to that.
He's gonna unflip.
Jesus.
We're gonna put
What's he gonna get?
I mean, Power of Immortality is certainly a thought.
It doesn't do anything because of Athena.
Yeah.
But then they just
Athena's
play,
well.
yeah.
Which one is it?
Athena as
The
well.
banished one.
Athena
Okay.
as well.
Combat. 8.
Here's 8. Would you like to trade?
Come on.
He's going to trade.
Athena as well.
Do the thing.
Athena's low.
If you banish.
You banish a Resonator, and all
Yep.
of my Resonators gain
16?
Eternal.
Yeah.
Take 8.
Swing it.
8.
Another 8. That's 8.
Have we gone through all 4 death sides at this point?
Yeah.
We really have?
Yeah.
He was at 24, he took 16.
Yep. He's at 8.
The turning point of the game was 4 turns ago when I top decked my last altar.
Yep.
I couldn't play Sigurd, and it.
We'll say pass.
Yep.
Okay.
We're on to game 2.
And this was
Steven got
miserable
game
too.
1.
That's quite possibly the worst possible hits. Yeah, it's the worst possible hits.
It was 60 minutes of just play. God.
It wasn't all play.
Yeah,
So now they have about 34
minutes.
minutes.
Yeah, that was actually fine. I think
5
you
minutes aside,
aren't good if you
25
don't
minutes
draw it
play.
there.
Yeah.
I think it was your out to
I
draw
wanted
it.
to alter it. That's the thing.
No, I think altering it was bad. I think you lose too much of your board.
I would have had like an altar or 2 on there. So all I did was like the second altar. I had 2 altars in play. I just had to sack 1 altar just to get there.
So yeah, now we get to go to sideboards. There are a few cards that you bring in these matchups that'll be at least semi-competent.
Yeah. So, Steven, one more Morning Angel. And
His Morning
Majors,
Angel,
another Dark Alice. maybe another Perfect Loki.
Yeah.
It was a very rough game to watch.
Let's see. Tober can bring in another Perfect Loki. He does get to bring in Pier the Godspeed Archer. That's
actually pretty good.
It's actually not a terrible card in this matchup.
No, because you remove your strangers, you get more counters.
Yep. You just ping stuff.
Well, it's mostly just killing altar.
Yeah,
Like,
killing
once
altar.
they-
Kill
when they-
altar, kill
yeah.
altar, kill altar.
When
Gets
they-
2
yep.
Morning Angels. And you probably could bring in the don't cheats.
And the funny thing about that is you have him in play and Faraka. Faraka costs 1, not 2.
That's true. That is, as a matter of fact. So yeah. It'll be a bit tough. But we're continuing to power through.
We are surviving.
It's a beautiful, overly sunny, kind of muggy day.
Yeah, it's pretty humid outside. You kind of feel it inside, but
Yep. But it's a good day because I'm here playing Forceful.
But we do have a lot of pretty Uber cards they gave us for this event, which is pretty
That
nice.
is true.
Like the Uber Extended and then the Uber everything else.
Right.
It's pretty nice.
At least I snuck in the top 16.
Yes. That was a plus.
I guess double
That was
10
a
drop would have
plus.
been about
Big
as bad.
plus for this event.
The
The question is, who will take the coin? Ken will take it again?
Ken gets the choice. And took the coin in game 1. So
think
it seems
Logan?
likely that I'll probably take the coin in game 2.
Yeah, pretty bad.
That would have been pretty bad.
Only makes the most amount of sense. So, how are you doing, chat? Are you having a good day?
Oh, what to do about that?
Listen to
What to
me
do about that stranger there?
mutter about
What do you mean?
altar lines.
Sorry. It's like I'm with someone with
At that time, it benefited you
Yeah.
pretty
Along with
greatly.
my buddy Andrew Vatland.
Yes, sir.
Good people.
You're going second again?
Yeah.
Watching people, there's actually a reasonable amount of people doing side events too.
They're-
It looks
yeah,
like
they got a-
Wanderer had like 10 to
10
12
people.
or something.
And then another New Frontiers match has 10 people.
Yep.
They said they're also going to do sealed and like a limited, like sealed and draft side events too, if anyone wants to do
They
it.
were talking about it. I know Fremont wanted to probably get some started because that boy's a fiend for that. But we have our mulligans. Get to watch some more.
Oh.
I just saw Ken Tober draw a copy.
Oh, but he
Good
can't
to go?
cast
Yeah,
it.
go
He
ahead.
does have green stones.
My mulligan.
He can, yes, but
Steven's
Yeah.
hands, Dark
it looks like he
Alice,
just showed
Flash.
his hand to Jalen and said, "I just drew all of this." Yeah, he drew three white cards.
Yeah.
In his
Open
base black deck, he has 2 Gusting Skies.
Free?
So if he goes T1 to Gusting Skies, maybe there's
Feels
a
fine.
chance.
Feels fine.
That's fine.
Steven goes turn 1, Darkness Stone freed
Ken,
from Altar.
Ken also drew a dope cheat too, so.
Yeah.
And he has a Death Scythe. So, I mean, if he doesn't hit it, I think he ramp out Death Scythe to try to get a Black Wizard off the top 2, so you have a black base.
Yeah. That's not what I'm worried about. I'm more worried about the fact that his hand is kind of clunky. He also just top decked a Sacrificial Altar.
Oh, man.
So yeah, that hand is looking a little bit rough.
So Death Scythe, pray to God
Nope,
that
you
you
get one back.
hit a black. You hit something else. Yep. Oh, there's all the. This play right here is cool. You killing gimmick with a Faust, so you get a Faust on play turn 1,
So I gain 1,000?
and you draw a card, and you gain 1,000.
Actually works.
Yes.
Oh,
It's
shit.
pretty,
I
it's
thought
pretty
you were
cheeky.
on the wrong
So you have a 14/14 beat stick on turn 1 that they have to
Sharpness.
deal with.
It's actually pretty wild.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And Moan cannot kill it because it
Activated
costs.
Boys. See, I didn't know it actually worked for activated.
It does, yeah. So now Moan cannot kill it because it costs 6.
Yeah.
It's a big
That is
buff,
true.
and it's a very big body on turn 1.
It is a very big body on turn 1.
I'm sorry?
I'm just gonna read it real quick.
Yeah, yeah.
That's something. Problem is that's kind of all that Ken
good?
has going on
Okay.
right now. So like if
I hope I knew what cards do.
If
I don't.
Steven
I
Ken
don't,
got-
know. I don't know what cards do, so you
Ken
need to
has
check
2
me.
go cheats now in hand. And then Steven, I saw a Dark Alice, Rhea, an Altar, and I'm trying to think what else there was.
Ken Tober's hand looks like it's 2 don't cheats, a Sacrificial Altar, 3 white cards, and something else. So
And then Steven has the Cat, Alice, Rhea, Altar, and a March, and I think a Sephiroth?
yeah.
Oh.
He's gonna say Vanish. He's like, don't cheat that. Oh.
Yep.
Draw a card off that too.
You're good.
Ooh, baby. Yeah.
Draw for turn.
Yep.
Drew a third don't cheat.
Don't cheat.
Oh,
Okay, well, I guess that Steven doesn't get to resolve any other runes.
64 and I'm at 22.
Kentover will go
Sounds
to
right.
54.
And then Steven down to 22.
So now, what do we do? Cast a Calico Cat.
Sure.
And then pass.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Layla?
Layla. She's a good card.
I think she's okay.
Yeah, results.
Yeah.
I might be proven wrong. People love that card.
About 30 minutes. That would be good.
The head judge will let
Clocks.
us know when the clock
Yeah.
is.
I hope so. It looks like round 3, the third place match is already finished.
Yeah.
It was either between
Perfect.
Derek
Sure.
or Ian, which we don't know. One second.
Remonts.
Remont. Who won? Ian or Derek? Derek won.
Sounds like Derek won and got himself third place. So
Layla effect?
we have a Dark Alice now. Dark Alice banished the Layla and it looked like discarded a Calico Cat. Okay. Okay.
Where?
Rhea goes in bins, probably a Sigurd.
Sigurd, yeah.
Effect?
Right now, Steven's trying to stabilize against that 14-14, and I think with the Rhea play, it's fine. Just block, kind of.
Yeah, you have blockers at least, so like.
Unless Ken top decks a Haruka, then it's just kind of awkward.
Yeah.
March. Target Sigurd?
Yeah. Yeah, you needed to have it there.
Effect?
Oh, we had.
Yeah.
Oh, we had the March in
Yeah,
hand.
the
that's
March in
correct.
hand to
Yep.
be able to get Sigurd. Okay. Okay. Just don't try to play power mortality right now. I don't think it'll go well for you.
He could hardcast it too.
Yeah.
He can hardcast because he has a 2 plus the 1, so he could just hardcast the counter chant, whatever he does. He could have just countered that chant right now,
Yeah.
which probably he should have done. Because it would have tapped out Steven.
It would have been an option, sure.
I think it would have. I would have done it. We tapped him out, no resources, just a Makagi Ray and Dark Alice board.
Sack Altar? Sack Altar? Sack Altar? Sack Altar?
Yep, and respond to search. Now he puts it on the bottom.
Yeah, that would be
First drop.
probably the logical thing to do.
So you would figure out what he grabs first. If it's the Athena respond with enter effect, then you put the card on the bottom. Because you don't want to. You can just grab another sig against the second.
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter.
Doesn't matter too
did morning
enormously.
angel with the Sigurd?
He does have the morning angel.
Oh,
he
yeah,
did.
Dark Alice is fine.
That's right. You're right.
This thing.
Yeah.
Oh, he left up the green because
Trust
he
me,
had the
I
Calico Cat to
was
turn
like, holy
right.
shit, he's got the
Gotcha,
actual just stone
gotcha.
nuts. I was not so happy
Okay, he's
about
just
it.
going to rip 3 cards from the
That's right.
Get
The
those
altar, the
3.
sig, and the Dark Alice.
Yeah.
There's Dark Alice.
Yep.
And then he gets the Athena.
Yep.
That's foretold.
Effect?
Cast Sephiroth.
Draw discard?
Oh! Jesus. Okay, results.
Seem to have realized something. Having a good hearty belly laugh.
That was a bad.
What's that?
I don't know what that was all about. That was...
You'll know real soon. You're done getting your paid invite.
Another one.
Draw this card.
Okay.
Ah!
Interesting.
No, never mind. I'm okay. I can't read twice.
So here, Steven can play Makage Rhea to go grab a Sigurd, put it in the graveyard, and then reanimate it.
Oh, yes, he
Get rid
can.
of cat.
Gonna moan
Just
him to
tapping
death
one
the
to
Calico
play it?
Cat.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Instead. Okay.
I mean,
So
you
this is
could
on the
put-
chase.
You could put the Sephiroth in graveyard.
I am going to go ahead and put a march on the bottom of your library.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah,
Token?
you don't want to
Yep.
put it back on the deck. Yeah, that's right. I was thinking of Exile.
Yeah. Okay. What's your next line here then? You've got 2 mana available.
My line was Makage Rhea get Sigurd, get more stone to get the thing going still. But then it's the same thing as like, because you maintain priority and you replay Sigurd, you can't have the can you?
Yeah.
I have no idea what he's going to do now. He has a Makage Rhea in hand, green white stone, another Moan in hand.
You can chump block this Faust for a turn. So that he slows the clock down by 1 and gets to have another turn where he tries to do stuff.
Yeah, I mean I see that, but like I think the better play line would just have done that. Like you had the 3 will for it.
Yeah, but what is the end goal of what you get with
man.
that, I guess? So you get the you get the Sigurd, you get something off the Sigurd.
You would just keep Sigurd in play because you can force the block onto the...
Also, you had to get the cat out of the way first, because otherwise you bin your Sigurd and, well, I suppose you.
Yeah, so what you would do is you put those 3 into play, you pass the Sigurd into play because he has Bane. That blocks and kills the Faust.
Right.
So you get rid of that, he gains life, you kill it, you have the 2 there, you still have 2. So whatever he does to do anything to hit your Sigurd, you still have Altar in play, you can sack one of those 2. You sack the Rhea to that to get Dark Alice.
Yeah.
Put it into play, draw some cards who can't hit you.
214.
In any case, 14.
That's probably what he should have done, but I'm not even 100% sure. It's just that 14-14 is massive on turn 1. It's like it's really putting in the work.
Yeah.
And Steven he just can't answer it. Because Steven doesn't even play like any white spells.
Make
He
white
plays
armor
he plays just the Moans. Yeah.
Power of Immortality, but don't cheat it.
Yep.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Or Calico Cat.
I will block.
Okay. Go to 78.
Throw it away.
Ken is at 68. Yep. That's a lot of life.
That's a lot of life. So
Stone.
now, call stone, another black stone. You can look at his opponent's graveyard.
He did get it. He has another cat. He does have a yellow base.
Yeah.
Trying to
Because
figure
he doesn't have much else outside.
Yeah. Not much at all.
He
Just
has
trying
what
to
looks
see
like
how...
an Awakening of the Winged Lord in hand. Another white card.
I don't think he plays that card. It's a Dark Alice.
Is that Dark Alice?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a Dark Alice.
Yeah, and then I'm trying to think what Steven can do after this. Because he has Sigurd engraved still. Like, the cat's going to get rid of the
Sigurd's
Sigurd.
not engraved right now.
Oh, it's not. It's on the bottom.
No, it was exiled.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
I
we think they have like, I think they have
I
like
don't know
15.
how to set the timer up, Jeremy.
I think they have like
so
15 minutes.
Airballing it. They have about 20 minutes, maybe 15.
I think like 15 minutes. So they
Something
started
like
this
that.
game at 25.
It's Araya. Sure.
Okay, so he gets to go Rhea,
15?
bin a card.
14 minutes.
Yep.
14?
19 minutes. So you're
I was
closer.
closer.
You're closer.
Aha.
I was off like 5.
I don't even know if I can change this.
Yep.
It's like a 4. You just click on the time.
not gonna mess with it.
Yeah, just don't worry about it. They have
19 minutes from 60 minutes.
Just use your phone and set a timer.
I'm not gonna touch Jeremy's stuff because I will break it. Any case.
Verifying my options before we.
Bins
Yeah.
a.
Get outta here.
I believe he's binning the Sigurd.
Bends a Sigurd,
Casts the
gets
Sigurd, gets this
Sigurd,
sacrificial altar.
gets a massive board.
Goes in for
Take
one.
And 4 more.
17.
And 4. Gosh, I'm bad at math.
God bless. For the black. I need to spend 1. Yeah, that's probably
Sack
right.
altar. An open green to the black stone.
He would sack here to get Athena to recover 3, I think.
Can very much do that.
That's what I would do. You sack the first 3 up there, the Sigurd, the Angel, and the
We
Cat.
have 2, so if you have.
Cover 3. But he's worried about the Morning Angel
That's
play,
okay.
which
All
is
right.
just awkward.
Yeah, the Morning
One.
Angel makes
Mhm.
everything
2,
very awkward.
3.
Sure.
Use it.
An altar. Okay.
It's good.
You gotta go for it, right?
Yeah.
So yeah.
And his trigger's on the stack. Do you have any effects?
So yeah, enter trigger on the stack.
Oh, he did have the Morning Angel in hand.
Yep. He did. But the problem is that that's white, so that Dark Alice gets a copy.
Wow. He had everything.
Had a few things.
Yeah, sure.
The entire game
Draw.
came down to the fact that
Ken drew all his tech cards.
no, it wasn't even Ken drew all of his tech cards. Ken
Pretty
went
juicy
turned to
one.
Death Sight with Milla Faust.
Miller Faust, yeah. With the healing
What
gimmick
do you have left?
combo.
What am I worrying about?
The healing
You
gimmick
have to search
Faust
for any
combo,
card.
and
It's not a bad
now
one.
it's just kind of like it's that combination of he's been putting pressure on Steven, so he has to like respond to the pressure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Get rid of that.
There's a gear.
Second draw. Ooh.
They appeared.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah,
Cover
discards
3?
Mikage Sajuro.
Yep.
He did side the second Mikage though.
Ah, he did.
Oh. Sided 2 out.
Oh. I like that.
I think I lose to that right now. I think I just lost.
So there's a lot happening, but this is
So
another
Ken
situation.
sided 2 altars out.
He sided 2 altars out. Intriguing.
Whoops.
He should have. Yeah, he should have.
Normally I don't get the combo
put him
against
back
you.
on the bottom.
Probably.
Okay. All right. You know, I've heard of worse.
So does that mean he just whiffed on
Probably
Sigurd?
not.
Yeah. Sigurd's just a body right
Go
now.
ahead.
So he cast Sigurd and miscounted his altars.
Yeah. So Steven now is in. Steven's at an interesting spot because he can just cast Rhea, get a Sigurd. So his hand is Mikage Rhea, a Moan, and something else.
Yep.
And 2 cards. What I can't see the other 2 cards. He just flickers too fast. You can't see his hand.
He does like to flicker his cards. So it feels like Mikage Rhea is probably just your first step, and then you ram the Sigurd, and then you try to do stuff. You just kind of got 6 mana. 6 mana? Am I counting that right? 5 mana? 5.
5 mana.
You have 5 mana. You don't have. It's got a reasonable start to an amount of stuff going on. So
Rhea?
that's a Rhea. Let's see what we get.
He's gonna get a Sigurd.
One card in hand?
Or he just like texts one Belial to play the Belial.
Just the one.
Yeah, but the Belial wouldn't
Yep.
work here because you need to cast the Sigurd because the Sigurd is the priority.
Yeah.
Or
I'm joking.
here
No one would play Belial.
Here, I played Belial.
Okay.
Fool. I played Belial. You want to know why? Because it gives this stupid altar deck a definitive win con.
Oh, jeez.
So I just banish all my cat tokens. But now that's the point at which you go ahead and bin I don't know, Yogg-Sothoth.
Sigurd?
Oh my god.
Kill all your 2-drops.
Yeah.
Okay, So there's a Sigurd. It's been cast. Now we go and get, I presume, an altar. Yep. Grab the altar. Okay. Okay. He's got 3 taps. He's got 2 on taps.
Yep. Pump it. 4 in the air.
He can boop him for 4. Oh yeah. Dang.
Second altar.
My plan has been formed.
I don't think there's much Steven can do from here, though. Those other 2 cards were like a Moan and something else, which isn't very impactful. And so if he gets perfect
He's got
Loki,
an in-hand altar.
yeah, if he has an in-hand altar, it's interesting because if he does that 3 recovers 3, he can play the Loki. He doesn't have enough to play Loki and Dark Alice. That's the problem.
Right. Doesn't he?
So here,
Casts altar. He banishes Sigurd to altar. He banishes altar. His opponent tries to rip the graveyard. And then
I don't think he has enough. He's trying to clear the whole board, so I think he's trying to get enough to kill house too, which is not going to happen. He has enough for Moan, I believe, in hand. I think he just needs 6 cards of good to kill the Faust.
yeah, you just get to that point, and then you go, because then you get to that point, you protect your dude with the Dark Alice, and then you go Moan, banish my Loki, kill the Faust.
Well, the other card is
The target.
Target
Oh, it's
is...
March. Also, can march back.
No, that's not even a card. I thought I had another card in there.
You can't. Yeah, judge.
I think he thought he had a Sigurd in there, and he didn't.
Yeah, so he tried to take it back, but he already picked up the deck and started looking and stuff.
Yeah, so it's a bit of a misplay.
Yeah, I'm gonna Calico Cat the target to the bottom.
He thought he had the other Sigurd in there.
Yeah.
Now I don't think he cares if this gets bottomed.
Yeah.
It sucks, don't get me wrong.
Sack Sigurd to kill Athenian.
Get your graveyard. Get your graveyard.
Sack altar.
Yep.
Okay, yep. Goes and gets what I'm presuming the Dark Alice to protect the graveyard.
Yeah, but now Steven doesn't have anything else other than just the one
I
will.
wasn't sure if you cited another one. I forgot to look.
That's where it was. I was like,
Kills the
where did Dark Alice go? It was there, wasn't it?
Yeah. Alright, so Athenia's down, you get your little deck.
Okay, so you want to shuffle?
Yeah, sure.
The entire series period of time.
Well, you could,
That
resolve
card
that.
comes into play. He has 1 stone. He has no way to
Which makes a really big deal here.
Well, he gets a Layla.
He does get He gets a block.
Yep.
That says chump block, a
It's a
Faust,
chump block.
and gain a stone.
Oh, he does have another
That's-
Moan.
that's-
in
Yeah,
there.
it resolved. Yeah.
He just drew the Moan on top with the Dark Alice.
Sack stone.
Okay.
Oh, he's gonna bang. Oh, he's trying to set up perfect mana.
Oh, he drew his perfect Loki.
Oh, but
Okay.
So
there's some spicy
You
stuff
got it.
that can go down here because he banished. He has altar. He has Moan. So he has an online Dark Alice. If his opponent goes swing Faust and you go cool, block with Layla, you get a stone.
we
Then you
will-
can cast perfect.
Moan, sack, kill the Faust. Little trigger.
Is that the preferable play? I'm not sure, but it's a thing you can do. Oh, I think he moaned. Did he moan?
Yeah, he moaned the
moaned, okay.
Layla to get a stone.
That makes more sense. He moans the Layla to get a stone. and
So
kills
now
the
he has
Faust.
2, so he has enough to really he has enough to.
Can he clear the board?
He should. He has
Yeah,
perfect. He has
he has a
perfect
huge-
will right now, but I don't.
He has a
we
huge
will
graveyard.
press you.
But the problem is, he doesn't have a way to stop
Good grief.
the other stuff.
So I didn't draw it, or I did?
Not board
So-
draw.
Okay.
Okay.
Chance
So
for
he
Magic
can
Stone.
nuke the board and it passes back to him, and then he still has his Sig plays on his side.
Kentober does?
No,
Or
no,
Steven?
no, Steven does.
Steven does,
Yeah,
yeah.
Steven does.
So Steven now has to So he has the Sigurd in graveyard.
Cute.
So he gets to do stuff. Now this is the point where it starts to get spooky for
What's the total? I didn't count.
It's 15.
Okay.
this cat, because Steven might have found the line to get out of there. I presume that means 16. Really
Yeah.
no idea.
So he's hitting the board for 15.
Okay.
Draw.
Because 6 wouldn't have accomplished all of that. All right, well. Calls a stone. He's got 2 cards in hand. Oof. Yeah, this is...
He has enough to get that, too.
I do wonder if Steven didn't just reasonably find the way to get out of that jam he was in.
Go.
Took a while,
Draw turn.
but he got there.
Untap.
So yeah, pass to Steven, draw for turn.
So Steven now reanimates a Sig. Gets Alter, gets Athena.
Cast Sigurd.
Yeah.
Interfect.
Yeah.
Gets Sig, gets Alter, gets Athena, because...
If I hadn't replayed that Sigurd, I think I win that turn.
Is there anything that...
Can Athena is yard 3 times. I just wasted 2 mana. I
Dark
thought I could go get it. I decided to...
First you
Alter's
go in
out.
for damage, probably.
I played Sigurd for actual nothing.
We with Caster Vision know that
swing it.
October doesn't have anything that can stop
70.
him.
Yeah, as you guys heard, Ken shouldn't have played his Sigurd.
Swing 4.
He's saying.
6 to 21.
So there's a slight
Cat.
Yeah.
change in life totals. Cast a Calico Cat.
So he's at
Select Alter.
so Ken is should be at not 560.
Recast.
Stupid.
So yeah, he hit him for 12, so he should be at 46. Or no, sorry.
It's a big punt. I don't think I can lose if I don't do exactly that.
56.
Gets Sephiroth. Gonna rip a card out of the hand.
Oh, I don't get both effects.
Yeah.
I just give it to him. I want to draw a card.
Oh, he doesn't. He's gonna draw a card off because he doesn't have a Athenian play at the moment. Just making sure you.
And I don't know if he has any more altars either. He has the one. That's all we know of right now. Steward.
Steven?
Or Steven, yeah.
Steven can go and get an Athenian
Select Alter.
here.
Select Alter.
Oh yeah, and he has to leave the Dark Elves for perfect mana. He gets the Athenia, he shuffles the altars back in. That doesn't matter, he untaps 2 stones.
Effect.
Untaps 3. Shuffle goes back in. Cast it. Cast it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll float 4 green.
I'm gonna shuffle some cards back to my grave.
Sure.
I presume that's time to come for not our tournament.
Yeah. Someone says he's at 66,000?
I think so.
No. He took damage last turn, so he took a total of 12.
In any case,
Who's
he's gonna
4?
shuffle the. He's gonna bottom deck Athenia to suffer.
Sorry, man.
2 Sigurds. Also, this is an altar deck.
Recast Sigurd.
Your life total
Yep.
is generally relevant.
Effect.
Sorry.
But I can go.
Select Alter.
Sack Sigurd to altar.
Cast Sigurd.
Play Sigurd. Go get a Sephiroth. Do stuff. Do. This is how these matches go. And now it's just to see how long it is until Steven can lock the game in.
It's pretty much already locked. And Steven
draw
will
this
just sack his perfect Loki to his deck, sack alter, get perfect Loki again. He'll just repeat the process every single turn. So
We'll say pass.
I did miss 1,000 at some point. I don't know where.
So Steven kind of already has this locked in to where he can just keep cycling his Loki every single turn into his deck,
Yeah.
and then just being perfectly fine with that and just nagging the board.
That does sound like generally what probably
Yep, that's what these altar decks just do.
Castaria. So
That's fine.
yeah, just go ahead. Area returns. Puts a Death Scythe in his graveyard. He has black to be able to crack and burn it, so the graveyard is not the most relevant thing. And then he does have that way to loot the Loki. Yeah. He goes for the Judgment play.
True that.
Okay. So he's going to put the Death Scythe back in his hand.
2 black, I guess.
What's the modes for the?
I'm putting it in my hand right now.
Oh, you're putting it in your hand?
Yeah.
Right? Oh yeah, it's right there.
So now he pitches 3 cards from the yard to go and get the Death Scythe, then he's going to probably try to do a Judgment line this turn.
Yep.
I don't think the design's
Yeah,
the right
floating
play,
black
though,
green, I guess.
I mean,
Black white.
admittedly, I
Black,
don't
black.
agree, but the question is, what else do you get? It's your one out. I don't really know what you hit to get out of it. Maybe Athenia, but Athenia, you Goddard, kill their Dark Alice.
But then Steven will just respond to Judge in this cycle perfect Loki back in and do the same thing. Just make your board for 17 or 18.
But yeah, so the untapped Reser leads me into this presumption that that's what's going to happen. Kentover is looking very pensively at his Death Scythe.
If I play the Scythe, how fast does the Mythic trigger resolve?
Due to rule state, so it'll instantly go away without anything on the chase.
Before I even choose the modes? Okay.
I think you could stack it in a way that, like, it's on equity ability, so I figured you could chase to it if you want to.
The mythic trigger?
Yeah.
No, it's just
If you can't chase to it, otherwise, if you could chase to it, it would chase to itself and like infinitely chase, right? Yeah.
Interesting.
They're discussing like the chase play when they play or like the Death Scythe.
All right.
Oh, they're discussing the Mythic Chase.
Yeah.
And yeah, it doesn't work the way you would think it would work. I think Tober is presuming it works the way that
Magic works with Legend.
yeah, not even the way that Magic works with Legend. You presume it's working the way that it probably should work, but has been said that it doesn't work by the company. So, because Mythic is a trigger keyword where it says if you have 2 of these on the board, it makes a trigger that says you banish one of them, and you can respond to that trigger.
Okay.
Problem is if that's the way that it does work, if it would then immediately create a
1 card in hand.
infinite amount of triggers.
On a chase, use Calico Cat, put Faust on the bottom of your deck.
Stabbing a Calico. Yeah. He's bottom deck.
This goes on my actual deck now, or am I changing it?
Yep,
Okay.
go to the bottom.
Get that stuff out of it.
Sack Cat. Sack Token. Sack Halter.
Wasn't sure if you'd be wild enough to leave it in.
Kage that
It's a one-off. It's like,
I know.
Yep.
You want to cut?
Leaves 1 mana for October. I meant to say automatic
Reroll
trigger,
save?
because it is an automatic trigger. It's an automatic trigger that checks whether or not there's 2 mythics on the board at any point.
Huh. So there's a weird play line now.
That's incorrect. It's incorrect though.
So he calls a stone, plays a Death Scythe. Mill 2. Have him banish a guy, reanimate Sigurd, play Sigurd,
again.
sack both
Sack
to
again.
alter, fetch perfect Loki,
Modes.
neg his board.
Alright, so this is in the yard.
We passed to his turn, neg his board.
Yeah.
But he
Modes
does,
are going
no,
to
he does
be.
have he has Sephiroth, never mind. He has Sephiroth,
Yeah, he has
so
a
that won't work.
Sephiroth, so it won't work because of the Athenia trigger.
Yeah.
So,
Flip 2, get 1 back.
Okay.
Time was called, by the way.
time was called? Yeah. Okay. Turn 0.
It's underpowered. Don't worry, you're safe.
Yeah, remember we had the word that said you can play strength.
Yeah, because Jeremy has to get back. It sounds like they're just going to have the finals and then cut it off right there.
So Lars said it's wrong. It's an automatic trigger to Mythic.
Yeah, I just worded it wrong when I was saying it, I think. Because it is an automatic trigger that checks if there's 2 Mythics on the board, but the way that it's worded, it just would like fill the stack.
Fine. I don't have to search, right? Or I guess I
No,
do.
you don't have to.
But it's
You don't have to?
The only reason we know it doesn't work like that
Okay. It
is
specifically says search, but okay. Doesn't say you may search.
yeah. So here's a Sigurd.
That's why I was curious,
There
but
he
that's
is.
fine. That's fine.
The boy.
I'm turn 0.
Maybe fetch or
can't win.
something. Or
So,
scoops it up.
yep, Steven is the winner of the GP Collinsville. I do apologize. We're going to have to pack it up, guys.
Don't worry
No
about
interviews
Faust.
after this. So,
Yeah, I mean, I'm not playing anymore.
I know what
Congratulations, Steven, for winning Collinsville.
Yep. Dark Alice.
Thank you, Andrew
Your own
Vatland.
Dark Alice.
No.
You're
Oh,
not
you can't get it
allowed.
back.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Standing up here
That was
with
game
me,
1. That's why I was sitting there
sitting
forever, like,
talking
couldn't
through
do
the
shit.
entire-
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I
I
figured.
actually
Alter
think that I was
matchup.
supposed to, instead of attacking for 2, attack the
least one
Athenian.
of us
Yeah,
will
lose my
yeah,
Dark Alice.
I know the gist of it. I know what some play lands are, but obviously there's better players than me. So.
Like I saw.
You know more than I do, so
Oh
it
god.
was.
Please, Ken, don't do that.
No, yeah.
Thank you to everybody who was running the event. Thank you to everybody who was watching. Thank you, Jason, for letting me sit up here for all this time and talk to you guys. I hope to see you guys at the next Grand Prix, whenever that is.
Supposedly it's Texas,
Supposedly
but it might
Texas.
get canceled because Texas might go on lockdown.
Yeah,
So what was
we'll
the
just keep
last
yours to the ground, become
in
Texas.
game 2? What
again.
happened?
If not, go to Minnesota.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day. Bye, guys.
I can't read any cards.